everybody, and welcome back to the Wild Beyond the Witchlight. I am your whimsical DM, Victoria, and we're going to play some D&D tonight. But before we do that, we're going to give you some announcements, and then we're going to give you a recap. And it's going to be really great and magical and wonderful. So, Kristy, if you could be so kind as to lead us off with the ad reel clip thing, go!
Good evening, and welcome to the show. Now, here's a word from our sponsors. Little Dragon Core is a Canadian-based dice company that supplies all kinds of cool tabletop gear. I mean, look at all these pretty dicey boys. Head on over to littledragoncorp.com and enter the coupon code BONUS for 15% off your order. That's BONUS. Cardboard Castle Games is a brick-and-mortar game store local to Evans, Georgia. They have a wide selection of tabletop gaming and other cool games like Magic the Gathering, Pokemon cards, and even Yu-Gi-Oh! You can visit them in-store and let them know that we sent you, or you can go visit their website at cardboardcastlegames.com. Also, big thanks to Syrinscape for the amazing atmospheric sounds and music. You can add these sounds and more to your game when you download the Syrinscape desktop or mobile app. The app is free and comes with 20 sound sets that are included to get you started. You don't even need to register. Go to Syrinscape.com to find out more. Thanks as well to Adrian Von Ziegler for providing some additional music that we use here on Thursday nights. He's a talented composer with great content usage rights, so go check out his YouTube and Patreon and support him if you can. Please check out our other games. We stream almost every day here at Provo. We have games for several of the major published 5e modules as well as homebrew games, and some of our games feature systems other than 5e, like Star Wars, Power Rangers, and Alien. Come watch all of our VODs over on our YouTube. You can also follow us on Twitter and Facebook. Don't forget, you can also support the channel by following, by subscribing, remembering to click the bell notification so you never miss another live stream, using channel emotes, and if you're an Amazon Prime user, you get a free subscription to Twitch every month. Thanks again to all of our sponsors for supporting Proficiency Bonus. And now, back to the show.
Don't swim in the sea! Hello, we're back, and D&D, T, Inc.
Wow,
would you like to make...
That's your segue? Whoa, D&D! Anyway...
Copy this link to put it in the chat. Okay, there it is. I have a one-track mind. I do one thing at a time, and in this moment,
You're
it was
okay.
getting the link to that video. And now we're gonna go on the very necessary journey and very necessary risk of swimming in the sea of recaps. Inc., if you could be so kind.
Don't use my full name like that. Please say it in reverse. Hi, I am reporting to you live from Yon to tell you what happened last time on Wild Beyond the Witchlight. So, our party has been gathering all of the members of the clans to have... Oh! And the wind is back! It's very breezy! We're gathering all of the clans together for the lands meet. And the next on the list was the Slate clan, where the party encountered a very distraught woman who seemed to have been the newly taken over leader of this kind of group of the Slate clan. We learned from her that her mother, the leader before her, had passed away, leaving behind a puzzle box. She believed that the key to her mother's last bit of advice for her to how to properly lead their people could be found inside this box, but she herself was not able to open it. The party, mainly Aurum, honestly, with his past of trying to live up to the expectations that his father had left for him to lead their pride, tries to tell her that, as long as you follow your heart, as long as you always do what's best for your people, keep that in mind, you can never really be led astray. But she was adamant that she still wanted to see inside the puzzle box. So presenting it to the party, they offered to help try and solve it. Aurum, again, showing a rather insanely talented skill for puzzles, was able to solve it in record time, revealing inside a simple message that was left, just encouraging her daughter to believe and trust in herself. So Aurum ended up being right in the end, but with the puzzle box completed, she was assured of her leadership. She received closure from the passing of her mother, and she was ready to enact her first actions as official leader and go to the Landsmeet. With now, I believe, 5 clans meeting at the Landsmeet, 4 possibly. The party decided it was time to try and take a rest, and try and recuperate themselves. Clover wanted to be able to kind of reset her spells and such, so the party just found a nice, calm area right by where they had found the slates and settled down for a night outside in Yon. From there, all of the party members received interesting dreams. Clover actually herself had a rather fun night, awakening as a fairy dragon who, among other fairy dragons, was exposed to their euphoria breath, and they all raced around the forest and partied with each other, where she felt very wanted and loved, and all in all, a great dream for Clover, which she doesn't get too many of. So win for her. On the opposite end of the spectrum with Ego, Ego also awoke as a fairy dragon, but they were all in chains and being slowly kind of led in a line to have their memories taken away after the results of a war involving the Uncourt, or the court that never was. Ego tried in their older fairy dragon form to convince a youth that had been able to get out of their chains to flee, but the younger fairy dragon was so burdened by the pain and sorrows of the war that they much preferred to just offer themselves up to their captors and have the memories taken away to live in blissful ignorance. Ego, going on their own journey of sorrow themselves, decidedly was not for this, and after being taught how to relieve themselves of their shackles, had prepared to flee, believing that the sorrows that you carry with you are just as important as the joys. For Aurum, late in the night when everyone went to sleep, he finally tried again to swallow that green dragon tooth, hoping that it would provide him with more power, and the effects of which started off a bit psychedelic, with him waking up in a forest, following a stream to a lake, that then led him to his homeland of the Shining Plains, where he spoke with his father. They walked together, and his father asked him what being a leader meant to him. And then when he came back to the forest, specifically an open area that looked rather familiar to where the rebirthday party had been held, that all of the party members had attended, he realized that he was in Sam's domain, which is known as the Lands Betwixt. There he encountered Sam, and they had a admittedly confrontational discussion where Aurum initially wanted Sam to heal him of the poison that had been plaguing him for the last couple days of travel, but then rescinded his request because he felt uncomfortable agreeing to Sam's terms for essentially exchanging of service. This time it would have been for Aurum to specifically swear himself to Dawn's work, or to possibly make some kind of delivery, but Aurum wasn't really hearing the specifics. However, he did find out from Sam that something about Aurum's soul or body, or just sort of him as a whole, had become kind of spongy, as they've been putting it, to certain powers since first eating the fruit of the Betwixt. Now he seems more able to absorb powers from the Feywild and perhaps other places as well. Dawn, not normally one for Fey dreams, woke up at the carnival, the Witchlight Carnival where all of this began, but strangely no one was there. Traveling to the big top, which was also empty, aside from a cage in the center, with a figure that turned out to be himself as a child. The same, we believe, form of himself that he had recovered or reconnected with when retrieving his lost item, the childhood that he had initially lost. However, the child had gained a monstrous kind of angry lion-like look to them and lashed out at Dawn when he tried to comfort him, because when Dawn had first arrived, the child was weeping uncontrollably. Dawn, deciding to free his younger self, broke the lock on the cage, but as it left the cage, he saw it both as the vulnerable child and the terrible beast kind of blending and shifting between. It begged Dawn to know, why did you leave me? Why did you do this to me? And as it lunged at Dawn, Dawn woke up, unable to answer the question. Finally, Saoirse, the newest addition to the party, woke up in the spring court in a very early spring region and watched some sprites going through some military drills. She spoke with one that was surprised to see that, despite her curse, the princess seemed relatively normal. However, after their conversation, she noticed the plants around her were starting to turn pure white and then withering away to brown husks. As she continued to walk through the forest towards something she thought she saw in the distance, she realized it was a bed-like coffin of pure white, and her own body began to turn white and withered to a brown husk, undone and spun to dust by a gentle spring wind. Possibly a warning or omen of what's to come with her curse. We yet do not know. And as all of our little Fey dreamers awake back into the harsh lands of Yon, for Saoirse specifically, we have been told, awakens to such a fright that she immediately passes right back out, and does not seem to be able to be woken. That's where we left off.
Woo!
With this very, admittedly, nice music for such a horrible.
Yeah, let me get the
cliffhanger.
vibes. Let me get the vibes fixed here. But yes, thank you for your contributions to the stream, Kristy and Ink. You may take D6 Bardic Inspirations. Let's do. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Alrighty. So, as your long rest comes to an end, the group of you are all awoken by the sound of Saoirse's scream. As you turn to see her coming out of your own dream, her entire body turns white. Her hair, her clothes, everything. And she falls unconscious. Normally, she doesn't actually sleep, she trances. But she is fully passed out here. Yeah. And you guys are awake.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
I would. Yeah, we would like wake up and just see her like that, or do we see her already white, or do we see her turn white?
You are woken up by her screaming at the top of her lungs as she comes out of this like trance dream. Her body turns pure white, and then she kind of faints.
Oh dear. Saoirse,
Saoirse?
jostle her a little bit.
Can I?
She's been the one that's been being a healer.
Can I? Can I use my detect magic eyes and attempt an Arcana check to see if I can figure out what's going on with her?
Yes, you can. You can roll at advantage since you're using magic eyes.
Come on, D&D Beyond. Well, that's not great. Slightly better. 15.
You said 15?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, so when you have used your detect magic invocation in the past and seen Saoirse, aside from any like spells or like magical items that she possesses, her flavor of magic, if you will, is very unique. The color and like the aura as you see it is very similar to the inherent magic of all of the Feywild, but there is this very green, very comfortably warm energy tinged with like little hints of pink. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Sorry, I had to say hi to Dale because he just got home from work.
Welcome home, Dale.
So normally it has this very like her energy and magic is just very inherently like cherry blossom kind of colors and like fresh buds. But as you look at her when her body is like this pure white color, it's like searing, almost blinding the magic that is coming off of her. And in looking at her with the 15 Arcana check, you feel your eyes narrow even more and you like really look, almost like letting your vision of everything that is in front of you blur away so you can just see the layer of magic that lies beyond physical form.
Am I doing one of those like visual effect where you let your eyes go?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, you let your eyes go fuzzy so that you cannot see the physical, but you can see the magic a lot better. And when you do, you can see that her magical aura is there barely. It is almost entirely suppressed by this white, hot, blinding, almost sunlight-like magic. There is no specific school. It's kind of just that generic Fey magic feeling when you look at it. Like, it's very inherently Fey, but it is extremely powerful. It is very not spring and very not Saoirse. And whatever this is, it is suppressing all of her magic until it's like a little candle flame compared to the sun.
Clover, what do you see?
I'll relay that. It's like something really, really strong is like suppressing her magic. Like it's still there, but barely. It's flickering. And this other magic, I can't place it. It's powerful and it's blinding and very much not her.
There could be several reasons for being able to suppress magic that I could think of, but the first thing that's coming to mind is, didn't she say that she was cursed by an archfey?
Yeah.
That would be very...
She was cursed by an archfey. I'm pretty sure she said she was cursed by the archfey, if you know what I mean.
And you said it's kind of like a sunlight?
Yeah.
She said that her curse, if it manifested, would send her into eternal sleep. I thought that just meant death, but maybe it was... I should have realized it would be more literal.
I always figured it was literal for some reason.
Me too.
Maybe part of me thought, look.
I mean, if she's the daughter of an archfey, like how hard is that to kill someone like that? Like for real in the Feywild?
I mean, understandable. I was going more off of a hag's, a witch's interpretation of an eternal sleep. Generally, when we say something like that, we don't. Never mind. I thought that we were going to have more time
Yeah.
She was, I mean,
she's still there. Like, it hasn't suppressed her fully.
I know, but she said that she needed true love, or maybe that, if we were in the position to free Zybilna, maybe she could help, but we are not close to Zybilna or true love. Look around. There is absolutely, well, okay, besides, I look over at Amador. Okay, there's some true, well, there's some true love around, but
here's
like,
the thing. But that's a
it
good
needs her
point.
true love.
But does it have to be her true love that does it?
She seemed pretty specific that it needed to be her true love. Otherwise, being around these two bumbling
That's true.
lovebird, one's a lovebird, would have probably solved it by now. But what are we gonna do? We can't just walk around with her. She already hated it here in Yon.
What if we can get her to the inn and, like, get her in a bed there? For now.
You mean go back to Masu?
If we can, she's miserable here. If we keep her here, it might make her worse.
No, I mean, you're right. You're right.
Like, what if she's just, like, overexerted herself because she keeps changing seasons all the time? And she's not in spring, so she's, like, using more of her magic than she should.
Her luck has admittedly been kind of more like yours ever since coming here.
I mean, that's what happens when you hang out with me. I warned you guys.
Oh, well, I think the rest of us have been doing pretty okay. How's Aurum?
Aurum is awake. He is probably just kind of looking over Saoirse and is perhaps taking her pulse. Maybe like feeling at the base of her neck, puts his ear close to her mouth to see if she's breathing. Let me just check something really quick.
He's probably better at medicine than most of us.
Yeah, so Aurum kind of is half listening to you guys and half attending to this, but he would turn and say, yeah, little cat, I think you're probably right. I mean, she's still alive and breathing, but she did do that weird magic yesterday to summon the new queen, Humming Bumble.
Oh.
I mean, maybe it's the curse really starting to take effect, since, creating a creature basically out of nothing is kind of strong.
Yeah. And she pulled from the spring court, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
For Ego in particular, you would know that, like, she was doing a spell that exists and is, like, known and recorded, but the way that she did it and the intention around it was far beyond the arcane rules that constrain that spell. And I think you would have kind of seen when she did it that there was a level of permanence that required her to draw deep of the well of her power.
Boy.
And after it happened, she was exhausted, and like kind of out of it.
All right. Though there's still a lot of work that we need to get done here, I think, Clover, I think you're right. I think we need to retrace our steps and go back. If we're thinking backwards, I think we would need, I'm trying to think, well, would the person that brought us here be the same person that gets us back, or do we need to have the person that brings us to where we need? We should probably get all of our guides. We have Amador and Squirt. We need to go back and get Clapperclaw.
Clapperclaw's with you, because Clapperclaw wanted to.
Oh, we have all the guides. That's right.
You have all of your guides, but you left the Selenelian twin that you had found, as well as Juniper with the Brigand Ox.
Yeah.
We could check in on Juniper. We could ask if is it Glimmer? Is it Glimmer or Queen?
I believe it's Gleam. You're still
Gleam.
looking
It's
for
Gleam.
Glister.
Glister, right. Why don't we go back to the Briganox? We can see how Juniper is doing. Maybe Aurum. He's been pretty good with her before. We could also ask if Gleam wants to maybe go to the inn where it's safer.
Okay.
And then if we find her sister, we could maybe get her back there too. We've been kind of gathering a lot of people there.
I wonder if we think about the inn here with everybody, like if we all think about it, it could cross the mist.
We could try.
I mean,
I
at the very least, Clapperclaw is the one who now he knows how to get to thither, right?
Right?
yeah.
But how do we get to? We got to Yan through.
The cave.
You went from hither to thither and then thither to Yon. You haven't done hither to Yon or the other way around.
Yeah, we don't have to, they might not be in a straight, we might just be able to skip thither entirely and go back to hither. We could try and manifest the inn here, but honestly, this fog that's been breaking everything up has been frustrating me. Like, I feel like if it just cleared away, I could see hither on the horizon or something.
Maybe.
But I don't understand how it works. I still haven't figured it out. I was going to actually at some point. I should have when we were up at... Well, I guess we didn't go up to the top of any of the signals. I was going to see if I could see over the fog. Because in the end, you know, if we remember back even to Sir Talavar, they were flying in a hot air balloon. It seemed like flight kind of in a way would maybe go past the fog. It was just that they weren't really they didn't have the wind on their side, but we have the wind.
Right.
So maybe flying, but I can fly for a bit. You can fly. The rest of us can't.
Right.
Saoirse said that she might be able to, but Saoirse's like this, which, by the way, I'm going to start ritual casting Tensor's floating disc underneath her.
It's literally, you guys have gotten so much use out of Tensor's floating
so
disc.
good.
And I really love that for you because I feel like that's a very underrated spell. That's so good. Yeah, so you can start the ritual process for that. Did you guys want to talk to your guides that you found? And just be like, this is the,
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I guess, so what is your plan to try to investigate the mist or get to the top of one of those lightning rods? Or...
You guys tell me what you're thinking. I was thinking they are the guides that can traverse the mist. We've never asked them about the mist. Maybe they know more about it and why they can traverse it. And maybe they could tell us something.
Yeah, and it might help us get a direct path to the inn, and then we don't have to go all the way, retrace all of our steps. If we can just find a shortcut, maybe they know.
That would be nice. Yeah. Maybe with all three of them together, they could figure something out.
Yeah. And Aurum's really good at puzzles.
Apparently, Aurum's incredibly good at puzzles. I mean,
It's canon now.
It was us three in the beginning. I know things have gotten a little bit more dangerous now, but we're also stronger. So if we need to face anything on the way, I think the three of us could handle it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys want to talk to the guides?
Yes, please.
Alrighty. You can easily enough summon them to you. I think the Slate Clan would have been willing to put you guys up in one of their huts for the night. So one of them in the morning will bring you all what they would consider food.
Oh, no.
But clearly, this individual comes in with a big stone bowl that looks like it probably weighs 100 pounds. Half of it is filled with rocks, gemstones, and like little nuggets of ore. The other half is filled with strange tubers, a couple just dry branches from like withered trees, a couple dead bugs, a variety of different just random little things. There's a piece of chocolate cake in there, a couple bits of dried jerky, and they'll put it down and say, well, I don't really know what people like you would eat, but I like this kind of rock. It's very tasty, and one time I saw a goat eat these roots.
I think I also got, like, from previous session, like, potatoes and, like, leeks or something from one of...
The Briganox traded you guys a bunch of food. Well, I think you gave them food. You had taken food from the pantry in Thither and gave it to the Briganox because they eat a ridiculous amount.
I do remember them giving us a bunch of potatoes, and she's like, okay, I'll take those instead.
Yeah, so if you guys want to eat, like, some of that, they'll tell you that, like, we don't know what, like, why this girl's passed out. They'll ask you, like, if you need a healer for Saoirse, that they can try to go find one. But he's like, is everything okay? Do you want me to just... I'll just go.
I kind of want to ask them for something, but it's sort of like the biggest ask of them ever.
Can I use your kitchen?
Because well, actually, I shouldn't metagame this. How possible is it that in Ego's education, they would be aware of like any useful components that are normally used in magics for like either breaking or suppressing curses? That kind of like restorative magic. I know that it's not like it's not a wizard thing, but I don't know if Dawn kind of inherently knows some of that because of being a paladin. Normally I would ask Saoirse, but she can't, because I was thinking if we end up needing something like that, some horrid hair would be good because we could use it to make a relatively rare spell component.
I'll think about it and see if I know anything.
Let's see. So you're basically wanting to know if there are any raw materials that might be used in magic or rituals intended to break curses or suppress curses?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think, I would be asking Dawn, because I think I'm more about cursing people, not...
Yeah, I'll think back. I'm sure... Can't remember if any of my siblings are super superstitious, but I'm pretty sure like a bunch of that type of talk would go around my family anyway.
Yeah, so I mean, where is the U tab? There you are. What the heck? What? Sorry, the page that I have for like specifically just Dawn is like.
I think one of your sisters was all into like. Into that kind of stuff.
So your sister Polyhymnia is a devout follower of Dionysus. You also have a sister who is a midwife. You have a sister who is an erotic potter. She makes erotic pottery, but also really likes to smoke dream fever hemp, which is like a mild hallucinogenic. You can roll a history check, a religion check, or an arcana check. Whatever.
Boy, I believe I'm equally shit at all
of that.
They're all a +0, so I'm just gonna do arcana because that seems like it's gonna get me the most direct.
If it's arcana, can I at least give him help? because that
Yeah.
is something I'm like proficient in.
I mean, I
I'll-
know that like a lot of like curse and curse breaking magic tends to be more in like the clerical region, but like
It's kind
ego
of like two sides of the same coin.
can like if ego wanted to learn those spells, ego can absolutely learn those spells. I don't care if they're not on the wizard list. I think they are, but like ego would know about that stuff specifically. Perhaps not in the sense of like I'm going to cast the spell bestow curse. Like ego knows like
Right.
the ancient ways of cursing, like putting a poppet.
Yeah.
In
So
place or
I'll
something.
try and help Dawn fill in the blanks, and I'll give Dawn advantage on the roll.
19
Okay.
then.
A 19.
It would have been a 2.
Okay.
We're a good team.
Good job. Give me 1 second. And you did Arcana?
Yeah.
Oh, is Dawn or is Graph frozen for anybody else, or is that just me?
No,
Oh, I did lose Graph's. I didn't. I clicked on Graph's camera and then it went to swirling.
Oh.
Why would you do this to them?
I didn't mean to. Every time I hurt them, it's never intentional.
That's crazy. Arnar.
Oh no! He's lost to the void.
Rip. Sorry, I'm pulling up a little bit of. Mm. Oh,
Discord fully shit itself, and I do not know why.
Rip.
Welcome
Really?
back.
I thought my Wi-Fi died, and then I looked, and everything was sick. And
So, okay, I think for Dawn, I think Dawn's mom is probably the one who would know the most about like that kind of like folk magic. She's not a magical practitioner herself, nor is she the family cook. However, she is your family's like healer. And she is very superstitious, I think. So some of the things that you would remember is that, like, there are a lot of different ways and different practices for protection as well as curse breaking. But curse breaking itself is in a way, it's very advanced, because it requires not only knowledge of how to break the curse, but also knowledge of how to detect whether or not you have been cursed or hexed or jinxed. You would definitely know, as far as like protection goes, so like the best one, the most general overall one, rosemary. Your mother has rosemary planted at the front door of your home. It's known to ward off evil spirits and protect those who are in the home. And then there are a couple other like standard herbs that can be used in like home folk magic for protection, like thyme, juniper, clove. You can do seining with rosemary or juniper, as well as things that are more like certain sages and Palo Santo. But as far as like curse breaking goes, the plants that you would need for that are extremely rare, and they are inherently magical. One of them would be Angelica root, so it's also known as the Holy Ghost root. And it is like a very delicate plant with like white flowers, and the roots themselves are actually very fragrant, but they can be very difficult to find. There is also something known as cinquefoil, and it is a plant with these perfectly like round petals, 5 each on a flower, and you can use that to help protect yourself as well. And then the final thing is wyvern nettle, and wyvern nettle is very, very rare. It's known only to grow in the nests of dragons or draconic species of animals, such as, most commonly, wyverns. Wyvern nettle is known to have, like other nettles, prickles and like little like prickly hair thorn like things that kind of grow out of the stem. But wyvern nettle is extremely poisonous and very large. And if it pricks you, you tend to kind of go catatonic. However, that poison can be combined with other ingredients to actually make it like a restorative. It is extremely painful to ingest this substance, as it is sort of like you need to be pricked by wyvern nettle and then ingest like another compound that bears the properties of like protection and restoration. And then that poison acts as like a vehicle that goes into your body and can draw out like the curse or like the hex. So you think that your best bet, if you wanted to really like remove a curse or suppress it, would be wyvern nettle stings. Yeah.
See, we need to get an alloyed gold needle.
Yes, Eldritch
Yeah.
Ring.
Yeah, you need an
All right.
unalloyed needle.
All right. So, well, definitely not going to find it in Yon, but hither and thither definitely had more plant life. So that probably still points to us talking to our guides and leaving Yon behind for a bit and hoping that not too much time passes.
Yeah. And Don will definitely speak about all of the things that he heard, especially the wyvern or whatever. But he'll say most of the things I don't know if we can get our hands on immediately or anytime soon.
Vic, I won't ask for like the more rare stuff, but could Clover, in theory, druidcraft rosemary at the very least, rosemary and thyme?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wyvern nettle would be harder because you have to be familiar with that.
And she's not. Yeah.
None of you have ever. I think Ego has maybe encountered wyvern nettle in his mother's
Might
home,
have
in
been
their
in
mother's
Mom's
home.
home.
Yeah.
But you don't
Drawing.
have that on hand.
Well,
That
for
is
now,
factually
I'm just
not-
gonna start druidcrafting thyme and rosemary and just crafting a little like flower crown to put on Saoirse just because seems like a good idea. For now,
Yeah.
until we can get the good shit.
So, why don't you?
I would also like to just say, because she's very, very tall, and a tensor's floating disc is 3 feet in diameter, so I would have to put it at her center. I would have to put it at her center of gravity, which is like around the hips area. So basically, eventually, she just raises up by the powder.
Can we like put her in a baby position, like the fetal position? Can we like curl
Yeah,
her?
you can curl her up.
We could curl her up. I was gonna make a little train of tensors floating disc. I just really wanted you to know of the image of her suddenly rising,
We're all like, oh, shit.
her pelvis rising up in
Yes.
the air.
Oh shit!
like
the
SpongeBob
Exorcist?
ascending.
Yeah. Oh no!
That's so funny.
I'm so glad she's not awake for this.
Let's see. One
second.
Let me check something really. Any one of you, roll me a religion check.
I'm okay at it because it's a. Oh, was it only one or anyone who wants to?
Any one of you who would like to.
Understood.
I might as well give it a shot.
Don, you have advantage.
Oh, swag.
17 for me.
17, okay.
13 for me if I'm allowed.
Yeah.
17, 17, 13.
Okay. Sorry. Just writing down super quick these other.
Oh yeah, I'm not using this die. You're in jail. Jail, baby.
Nice job.
I want to write in the lore dumps to make sure that I have that marked. So for Dawn and probably also for Ego, Dawn, your family, which is kind of within your hometown, a little town of their own, of like many, many cousins and siblings and like aunts and uncles, like literally dozens of satyrs that form their own little village. Your family tends to practice a lot of different like pagan holidays, both because they love any excuse to have a party, and also because they believe your mother very much believes in the power of like folk magic. So whether that is having bacchanalias with your sister or celebrating other holidays such as Imbolc, you are familiar actually from having celebrated Imbolc with your family that there is a tradition at Imbolc where people will take plants like reeds or grasses, long grasses, and weave them into something called a Bridget's cross. And that symbol is typically like displayed in the home to ward off evil. Ego, you never celebrated Imbolc with any of the villagers that lived outside of your forest, but you've definitely probably saw them, and you would notice that on a day that you went to go observe the villagers in secret, many of them happened to be outside weaving these like 4-point or 3-point like crosses that they were then putting over their home in a very protective manner. And I think Ego just inherently would like pick up on like the magic in that. So you think that these herbs that Clover is like summoning, perhaps, you know, they're not going to be the thing that could truly like draw off a curse, but they are protective. And if you were to like weave them into a Bridget's cross, you think maybe like that might help, because you're kind of at a point where you're like, we're not archfey, so let's throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks.
Do what we can to at least not have her get worse. If she
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
get worse.
Yeah,
All right,
I'll
then
tell
I-
him about the stuff that I found and be like, yeah, maybe it might be good to try to find a way back to Sue's place just to get her someplace more comfortable and less
Yeah.
dreary.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I could probably weave those, and I think I've watched it. I can probably weave those if you two want to see if the guides can do what they need to do.
Yeah.
I'll just keep
All right.
I'll just keep druid crafting and handing them to Ego while I go talk to
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, and like, you know, between the three of you, you can be like, oh, like, I heard Mugwort is really good. I heard Sage was really good. You know, like, Juniper, and you can just, like, make yourself over time a bunch of different herbs and plants that you think will be helpful. And then as you're doing that, also, you can summon your guides to you and explain the situation that, you know, you're not really sure what's going on with Saoirse, but you'd like to get back to Hither, maybe, to take her to the inn at the end of the road because it's safe in a way that Jan is super not.
Yeah.
So they would tell. So Clapperclaw would tell you that he came to Hither from thither because he had been serving Granny Nightshade as an unwilling scarecrow. He'd been serving.
Serve your country.
So Clapperclaw does not know how to get from Yon to Hither. Squirt would tell you he kind of stumbled through the mists of Yon to thither after a drunken revelry with the dwarves that animated him. And so he kind of remembers how to do thither in Yon. but not Jan to hither. And then Amador is brought forth. And Amador would tell you, oh, you know, I actually spent my childhood in the lands of, you said it was hither. In fact, I was grown there. It used to have such lovely plains, but as I understand now, it's become a bit of a swamp.
Yeah.
I wasn't there recently. I do know how to get... I used to know how to get to the palace. I'm not sure if I could do that now, but I certainly know how to get from Jan to hither. Going back to my roots, if you will, quite literally.
Oh, that's a good one.
A woman is dying.
Yeah, can you lead the way, like, really quickly?
I would be honored to be your guide back to the once lovely lands of hither. And in fact, you know, Pollinella, and he grabs his little humming bumble. Pollinella, we are going back to the land of my childhood, when I was but a wee little sprout. And even then, I was destined to meet you. And gives her a little kiss.
Honeymoon.
No.
Exactly! It could be a honeymoon. You know, perhaps... are any of you ordained? It would be wonderful if Pollinella and I could,
Don't!
It would be wonderful if Pollinella and I could hand fast. Although she doesn't have hands, neither do I. Wing and...
No.
Maybe
fast?
Maybe someone at the end.
In holy matrimony.
Yeah,
I bet that Sue is.
I bet Sue could do it. Yeah, I bet Sue could.
Oh! Sue Harabacks, the proprietor of the inn at the end of the road.
Yeah.
I am quite familiar with Sue. Sue and I go way back.
Great. Can
That's
you
a
take
great
us
question.
in, like right now?
Yes, we shall make way with
like
haste.
right now.
I fucking nail this bitch is dying.
I pinch the end of the like little glowing tensor's disc and like make like a leash, and I just pull her along.
Follow me, my friends, and fear not. You will be in hither in some time. Not no time, but a little bit of time. Not too much.
Great.
And he will march you through down the mountains. The group of you, if you would like, may stop back at the Briganock Mines to pick up Gleam and Juniper, or you can leave them there if you would like. Any preferences? And Molliver's there. Molliver's not going to come with you to hither, though.
Hey, Oliver, do you want to know?
No. No, fix the race war first. I don't care about your dying friend.
We can see Gleam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oliver doesn't actually say that, but Molliver's
Escalated.
He's like,
a bit of a bind.
he's like, I see that you've posted a GoFundMe for her medical bills, but why is no one talking about the race war?
And the miss is still here.
You know, it's really privileged of you to worry about one person when I am trying to save multiple societies.
And she's a
from racial
princess.
tension. Oh, so you want to help the ruling class now? The one
There
person?
it is.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Sorry, but I have to help the people. But yeah, so you guys, if you want to stop by and pick up Juniper and Gleam, you are more than welcome to. And then Amador would tell you, when I find myself going home, I cannot help but think of the days when I was a wee little sprout, just a teeny tiny little dandelion in the grass, wishing for a better life and hoping to find true love. So I would let that be your guide. Or is that... That was before the mists. I admit I haven't crossed over to that particular region of Prismia since prior to the mists. Maybe. Which hag was there? Could you tell me? I'm a bit of an expert in facing hags.
Bavlorna, right?
Bavlorna?
Yes, it was Bavlorna.
It was Bavlorna of hither and that.
So, as I understand it, Endelyn is a bit of a seer. Has the ability to look into the future. And from what I know of her eldest sister, Scabatha, you said that she... What was she trying to do?
Well, she was putting a bunch of children to work.
Oh! That's very unpleasant.
Yeah.
But she had dolls. She was doing something with the dolls, right? Dawn?
Right.
But children, she was preying upon children.
She was enslaving them,
Oh, yeah.
but she couldn't hurt them
Yeah.
because of a curse, quote unquote, protection from Zybilna.
Yeah, she was having them make really fucked up toys, but she couldn't physically harm them in any way because they just go away.
I see. Children looking into the future.
Wasn't there also, I don't know if this is related, but wasn't there also like a geyser of water with like fairies at the top or something?
There were geysers in, there were the wells.
Yeah,
in
The wells.
Yeah.
Yes.
There was the wells that were kind of like not being kept up, and yeah, it was spirits.
They were spirits of things because they were dead, right?
Yeah, they did get killed. Yeah, when everything
They
flooded.
died. They
I
drowned.
got,
Okay, yeah. So she was making everything wet.
oh.
Oh. Not like
She-
that.
You say she tampered with the wells.
Yeah.
A lot,
Oh.
yeah. We haven't. I don't know if they've been cleared up since we haven't been there in a bit, but
How unfortunate. Those used to be great gathering places of many fae. I think perhaps, since the youngest sister is concerned of the future and the eldest sister targeted children, perhaps we need only think of the here and now. Perhaps we might imagine ourselves simply setting foot
At the inn?
at the inn.
That was my suggestion earlier.
Yes.
You don't have to tell me twice. I've been thinking about it the whole time.
Maybe all of us have to do it at the same time. Extra hard because Saoirse's asleep.
Well, I wouldn't just do that. Perhaps.
maybe we can find
Like a
some
combo?
sort of like circle. Like I know there are mushroom circles.
We don't know where they
There.
go,
We
right?
could. Sometimes those take you to strange places that are far beyond what you ever imagined. But I think if we can keep in mind not only the thought of being at the inn at the end of the road, but also the current need, that which is a thorn in our sides at present.
Mm-hmm.
Saoirse's curse?
Yeah, things that we
Definitely
need
a
to
pretty
take
big.
care of
Needing
now.
needing comfort right now,
Yeah.
because we are leaving a rather unpleasant place.
Yeah.
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 I think we should run. Let's run.
Oh.
I am. Oh,
Clover just
Saoirse, I
starts
hope
running.
I'm just
Saoirse, I
gonna.
hope that your body doesn't fall off.
Oh. I'm gonna fly behind the disc just to make sure she doesn't slide off. I can't stop her, but I can call out.
I don't run. I stalk and creep. Please. Oh my god.
Pretty quickly.
I mean, I move more when I blade sing, but that's different.
I
If you
run
blade
really
sing, then
fast.
Jump, prance, leap. So,
I'm not prancing.
What?
No.
Rats, you gotta gallop.
trot.
Spirit the horse.
The only gay movement that I do is towards men.
Wow.
I'm gonna put you guys over here for a hot second. Yeah. So, the group of you keeps in mind the thought of being at the end of the road. And you were also told to think of like the immediate concern or need or problem. What does that mean to all of you?
Good question.
A safe place for Saoirse to be if we have to leave her behind. I want her protected and comfortable.
Yeah. He's definitely first and foremost thinking about the hospitality and how and like laying in a nice bed for a bit.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like a home away from home for Ego. I think home is a pretty good word for it. It's the place that you go back to with the people that care about you.
Yeah. Okay. Something. Okay. The group of you descends into the mists as the steep mountain peaks of Yon disappear behind you, and suddenly you are surrounded by nothing but cool white mist. It takes effort to even keep your friends in view, and at a certain point you will need to hold on to the floating disc or the hands of your friends to not lose them. However, with these thoughts in mind, after what feels like but a moment, the mists part, and you hear the squelch of mud and swampy water beneath your boots. You smell the stank of rotting plant matter sitting in stagnant water, and hear a cacophony of crickets and frogs and bugs chirping and screaming and singing. And you have returned to the swamps of Hither. Do we have I wonder if I have a swampy sound.
Looking for the inn.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's still as wet as ever. We should
I'm
probably
flying.
we should probably see if we can get some of these old wells unclogged now that the swamp hag isn't here to make it all pretty anymore.
You need to visit your subjects.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
You do need to visit
no!
your subjects. You are the king of democracy.
King of democracy.
Wasn't it like
back in
Eternal
town.
Emperor of Democracy or
That's
something
right,
Eternal,
like that?
yeah, it was a
It
play
was
on
like
words.
Eternal Emperor of Democracy, and from that point onward, you would be like the only emperor, and your decree was that everybody practice democracy.
I'm sure democracy has been going perfectly fine.
Yeah,
in
fine.
Downfall.
There's definitely been a bunch of presidential assassinations.
Oh no!
Oh god, they just replace assassinating
Oh,
the king with having
no!
elections that they assassinate. You
They
probably.
then kill the loser,
no.
yeah. So, it takes you a bit of time of wandering through the swamps, and you do still have those stilts that you got when you were back here
Oh,
the first
God.
time. If you would like to stilt up, the water level is low, so luckily the tensor's floating disc
Oh,
is
no.
not submerged underneath 5 feet of water.
Oh my god, just dragging her sleeping body through the
Just
water like
drowning.
the Lady of the Lake.
Oh no! Can we get her to turn
That's
into a
good.
swan? She's already white.
We're gonna have to get her we're gonna have to pay some trinkets.
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
I mean, we have a bunch now.
Yeah, I think
right?
we have, yeah.
We do. We've been pretty trinket heavy lately. Honestly, Sue might just be like, don't even worry about it for her, but who knows? Maybe. We'll see.
Hi, haircut. Oh no, immediately the crimes begin.
Oh, no.
Don't do it, you bad man.
When they
Yeah.
get out of jail and they're like, I will kill again.
Yeah, don't you do that. You want to show everyone your snaggletooth? Are you making the face still? Oh no, he's
No.
behaving himself.
Just
Not
the airplane
snaggletooth.
ears.
Yeah, he's mad that I stopped him from committing crimes today. After he committed a crime while I was working and almost destroyed a document
Oh, yeah.
that I needed for work. But yeah, it takes a bit of time of wandering rather aimlessly through the swamps because there isn't really a sense of like direction. You do pass by a few wells that seem to be either like exploding with water or inert and clogged. But eventually you do hear the sound of dozens of feet sloshing through the mud, and sure enough, up ahead is the inn at the end of the road.
Oh,
Man, it's been a while.
it really has. I didn't realize how much I missed hither.
It is
Yeah.
really nice to have a place that is grody. Yeah, he's like stomping through the muck, but it's not unwelcome.
It's our swamp.
It's our swamp. And you know what? The stable that Sue had the inn build for stilts is expanded.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Yeah. And you would see that there are like there's like a horse that's in the stable, and it's that very weird like horse standing stationary in a building that is walking, like, so the horse is just kind of hanging out there. But there would probably also be like a riding lizard that was in there.
Oh shit.
Ooh,
But yeah,
that's like Ego style.
yeah. It's
That or
like
like a chocobo.
it's like one of those it's like an iguana except very large, and it has like a big frilled crest that's currently like folded down.
Oh
around its
hell
body.
yeah! I love with the frill. Oh, that's fun. Okay.
So, give me 1 second to pull the thing up. Where is this? Okay. So, you all can wait for the inn to stop, and then make your way up the steps with your unconscious friend in tow, and get them into the familiar, warm, comfortable atmosphere of the inn at the end of the road. And let's switch to this. And then we're gonna do a settlement. There we go. Okay. You can enter into the check-in desk / kitchen area where you can see the familiar sight of Sue in her patchwork, like very like kitchen witch green stained apron and clothes, with her big fluffy cloud of gray hair, is bent over her stove, seems to be pulling out a loaf of bread that has just no right being as large as it is, and she is pulling it out of the stove and says, just a minute, honey, I'll be right there. And she sets it down, gets a knife and starts cutting it, and then lets go of the knife as it begins to just cut on its own, this loaf of bread. She turns, takes a second, immediately her eyes lock on Dawn and then Aurum, and a big grin is plastered over her face. Says, well, I'll be my favorite customers. Welcome back. It's been an age. I feel like I haven't seen you in so long. Come on in. Oh, you look so tired. How are you? She says, like, looking directly at Dawn. Are you back? You back to stay, honey?
For a little bit, yeah.
Perfect.
We're in the middle of doing a lot of stuff, but we have a new resident for you. It was just sort of step aside to show Saoirse off soaked from getting dragged in the water.
I appreciate that you brought me new customers and that you're always thinking of your good friend Sue's business. I don't usually provide rooms to dead bodies.
Shh. She's not dead.
She's not dead. She's not dead.
She's
Oh.
really close.
All right. I don't want to tell you to steal from her, but does she happen to have a trinket?
I've got it covered.
Look at you. You not only are you a protector, you are taking care of her business. You are so responsible with all of your trinkets. You all are lucky to have a friend like Dawn. That is amazing.
Yeah.
I'll get her set up in a room right away. Did you want me to take her there? Or did you...
We can take her. We can take her.
Maybe a room on the first floor. I don't usually open those up to people, but it might be a little easier.
Yeah.
You know what? We'll put her in my room. Put her in my room.
You're... Okay.
Yeah, she looks a little... pale.
Cursed? Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
cursed? Which one of
Yeah.
them? Was it
Not-
Bavlorna?
Nope. Neither. None of them.
None of them.
None of them.
Cursed by someone else.
Oh,
Summer
that's a pretty
Queen.
nasty curse.
Oh, am I not supposed to say it?
I don't know.
Cursed by Titania herself?
I think
Big
so.
T, yeah.
I'm not sure.
I see those all the time.
Oh.
Don't you worry
really?
about that. Yeah, her, the
How?
Queen of Air and Darkness, loves slinging curses. That's kind of their deal. That's kind of every Archphase deal.
Oh.
Then why does it always get pinned on hags?
It's kind of Hag's deals too. I mean, let's be honest.
This one is not hags, though.
The difference is that hags will trick you into a curse, whereas the queens, it's more of a punishment.
Okay. You know, some people call it a little hex, a little joke. And other people say it's a horrible, horrible curse, but that's fine.
Well, I'm pretty sure jokes are supposed to be enjoyable for more than just the person behind the joke.
They should be. A lot of times jokes are made at other
Semantics.
people's expense, though.
My
Yeah.
goodness.
Let me get her set up in there. Inn? Can you make up my room, please? And you hear, like, the whole inn just rumbles, and, like, all of the plates rumble, and the drawers in all of the kitchen cabinets slam open and close and open and close. All right. You can calm down. It's not just for anybody. It's for this little cursed girl. Well, she's not so little. She's kind of big. She's really tall.
She really is.
Can you make the bed a little bit bigger, too? I don't know if mine is going to fit her.
Yeah, she's
And
really
eventually
tall.
the rumbling subsides, and you hear resigned squeaks of the doors of the cabinets as they close themselves. All right. Come with me. Honey, did you just want to... She looks at Dawn. Do you and me just want to take her? You're pretty strong. Maybe we get your friend Aurum to help, too. If the rest of y'all wanted to go have a seat in the common room, we've got a lot of folks in there right now. Actually, I had to expand it a little bit. But dinner will be ready soon. I don't want to burden y'all, you know, we got these big, strong, burly men for a reason, am I right?
I can help carry her, yeah. Well, it's not too
I
big of a deal.
I go to flex and my bicep does the thing that cartoons do where it sinks
Really
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the disc is about to dissipate anyway. Boom, boom.
She's
Oh,
just
there
Gary
it goes.
Vaughn.
Oh
She's
my! Oh no!
NPC physics, and her legs are just like clipping into the
Oh
wall.
no.
Oh, she. It's oh god!
Oh no.
God,
Oh no. Oh no.
Ooh.
When you're not
Dawn.
here, what happens to your? You become a glitch.
You become a glitch, yeah. Dawn, Aurum, be dears and help me get her into the room. You can just follow me. And what is this? Yeah. Okay, so she will lead you behind like the main staircase that would lead you up to all the rest of the rooms, and there's actually like a door on the back side of the stairs, and she will open it up into a very cozy, albeit small, room. Mostly small because the bed that is covered with worn old patchwork quilts seems to have been expanded to an unnatural length for the size of the room. But there are dozens of bundles of dried herbs that hang from the ceiling around here, almost to the point that you can't see the warped and slightly waterlogged boards of the ceiling and walls around you because there's just so many. Dozens of bouquets of different flowers, both flowers that seem native to the swamps and those that are exotic. Definitely not anything that could be grown in the swamps here. There is a little fireplace on one wall with a cheery little fire that is going, as well as a wardrobe, a mirror, another door to a bathroom. The floor is covered in like multiple layers of like worn area rugs of all different style, and she will softly pad into the room, lead you guys over to the bed, and have you set Saoirse down in the bed there. We'll put one of the quilts over her, and we'll basically tell you that like for the time being, she doesn't mind like looking in and taking care of her, and also having the inn help out. I think Aurum would probably say that he'll stay in the room there with her to just make sure that she's okay. But then the three of you are free to do as you please. Your guides, I think, will probably also stay in that room there just to like watch over her, because Saoirse has become fast friends with all of them, and Amador has sworn to serve Saoirse once his own quest to help the Selenelian twins is concluded. So the three of you have the freedom to do as you wish.
Oh, I feel like I can finally breathe.
Honestly, what do we even want to tackle? There's so many things to check up on here, right?
There are. I mean, there's the Wells, there's Downfall. There's everyone here. First off, I guess we could start with that. See how
seems like there's
Donald is doing.
Yeah, there seems like there's been a lot more business lately.
Business is booming.
Yeah, so where's the thing that I'm looking? Prismere. There we go. Okay.
I have to tell Moby Richard I haven't really been able to find anything to uphold my half of our deal. Need to find him something that he can make legs out of.
Yeah, he's looking for like mechanical junk, basically.
Yeah,
Moby, if you will recall, the stone, the luck stone that you got and had given to Clover,
turned out to be
cursed. You did get that from Richard. So the group of you can enter the common like dining room area, and it's bumping. So you would see that at one table, Captain Baja is there reading a little book about navigation, as he is wont to do. You don't see Richard, but he doesn't usually hang out outside, given that he's a fish. You would see that Black Donald is still sat unnaturally, dangerously close to the fireplace. There is no longer a quilt covering his lap. He's actually poo-bearing it and has these, like, long, like unnaturally long legs that look like a mix of a lizard and a bird. The skin is scaled and rough, with a long, like, barbed tail that comes out of the end, and his feet end in these, like, 3 clawed toes. And there's, like, these little black, like, wispy feathers that kind of come out. But it seems that as though he has perhaps embraced his infernal heritage. Sat in the other cushioned chair in front of the fireplace, you see a tiefling woman with bright red skin in what could only be described as the most garish and horrifying act against fashion that you could possibly imagine.
Okay.
Oh no.
She is wearing like a leather armor tunic, but has a purple striped cloak on her shoulders. Her leggings, one leg is cheetah print, the other is like bright green. She has three different skirts on, each of a different material, texture, and color. Is wearing like a very, very big like racing day hat with like a garish, like literal bird on the top of it that has been like taxidermied into the hat.
No.
And you can see that she has like a little book in her lap and is like conversing happily with Black Donald, who you would also notice still off-putting, but less so.
Oh, that's good.
He's only slightly upsetting to look at now.
I mean, God, I don't think I'm even looking at his legs. I'm looking at him.
yeah,
Whatever the hell is going on with her.
Yeah. At another table, you would see the familiar gnomish face of Rosalie and her giant yellow galoshes. And floating around her is a little orb of light. And it comes over and kind of rubs up against her cheek, and you can see there's like a little like spark of lightning, and she goes, "Oh," and like kind of motions to kiss the little ball of light back. You would also see the strange like artist woman is still sitting at a table in the corner, is still poring over her sketchbook with paints and chalks and graphite and like all of these different art materials, but sat next to her rather close is the elven bard whose heart you restored, Octavian Meliam.
Yeah, he's been playing here.
Yeah. Roll an insight check.
Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
could that be who he?
Are they?
Could they be having a little
Are they? I think.
natural 20, bitch? Natural 20, bitch. 22. Let me see it.
Yeah, so Ego, you would notice that Wynn is still absolutely absorbed in her work, unnaturally so. So whatever thing is happening to her is still going on, but you would see that Octavian is sat quite close to her, and at one point, when she stops to kind of survey her work, he very like subtly like kind of just goes and like locks like two fingers with hers, and for a second her eyes close and all of the tension leaves her body, and she lets out a contented sigh, and then after a few moments goes back to drawing, and he just kind of like puts a hand on her lower back and like gently rubs it.
He's grounding her.
Oh my god.
He goes like,
Great.
he goes like, oh yeah, I'm starting to recognize love when I see it. I'm learning.
Don goes,
I
they
know.
Seem like Don goes, they seem like very good friends.
Super close good friends.
He
You
goes
gotta have
like,
fun like
if
that.
they're very good friends, what are we?
What are
Oh my
we?
god.
God.
What are we?
But yeah. There are a couple tables that are open. There's also like a couple of hobgoblins you guys had encountered like way back when you first landed in Hither. They were gathering eggs. And you can see that they have like there's like two hobgoblins at a table that have like a big basket of all different kinds of eggs sat with them there. They're just like eating a bit of stew and like conversing quietly. What would you all like to do?
I mean, we could tell fucking Captain Baja that we know of the way to Thither because he wants to go there, right?
Oh, that's
Get
true,
back to
yeah.
his ship.
Is that what you would like to do right now?
Yeah, I
Well-
say so.
We could definitely get something out of it. We don't
Oh.
have to give the information for
Oh,
free.
we say we know where it is, and if he wants it.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
I'll let
Maybe
you.
something to eat
Oh.
also.
Okay. Yeah. Food sounds good.
Oh, yeah, food first.
You okay,
Yeah.
Clover?
Yeah, I'm just worried about Saoirse.
We did everything that we know how to do.
I know.
You know, you could you've always been good with talking to the people here. They like you. A lot of them like you. You could see if anyone knows anything that would help. Or maybe someone in here knows Saoirse or is her love.
Oh, that's a good idea.
There you go.
Okay,
Wouldn't sh-
I'm gonna. She gets like an idea in her head. I'll be right back, and she's gonna go to Saoirse's room. This sounds so
Okay.
creepy. And she's gonna take out her painter's supplies, and she's gonna like draw a portrait.
Do a painting of her. Are you gonna add the color back in?
Yes, I'm gonna do her colors as best
Okay.
as my memory can do. She is proficient in painter supplies, so I feel like she'd be pretty good at it.
Okay.
Yeah, she wants to like do like a like a Tinder profile, but on paper.
Do you draw her like holding a fish? Like, I always saw those people on Tinder when I was on it, and I was like, why?
I think I would probably like draw her in her Disney princess moment with like all the animals, like the traditional like VHS cover.
Oh my god. Yeah. Roll. Are you proficient in like art supplies or any
Yeah.
kind of like painting?
Art-
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to roll a check with that. The ability for it, let's do dexterity. Okay,
that makes
because
sense.
You're not needing to use your mind for recall. You're more needing to like be accurate with your hand.
Okay. So that
You can add your proficiency bonus to it.
Okay. That would be okay. That is a 19. I'm debating if I want to use my inspiration or not, or if I should save it.
You can save it because you do a very good, slightly cartoony, but like Disney kind of art style
Yeah.
little like painting of Saoirse, with her little like finch companion Philip, as well as a couple of other little critters. But it's good. You're like honestly impressed with yourself.
And now I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna start pimping her out with this paper.
I'm just gonna start pimping her out. Okay, cool. So before we get into some of the NPC interactions, why don't we take a little breaky break here for like water, bathroom, etc.
Yeah.
And then
break.
huh?
A little break.
A little breaky break.
I'll break
Yeah.
a break. All right.
And we'll be back in like a few minutes.
BRB, breaky break. BRB.
we're back. Well, yeah. So, without further ado, there's some NPCs. It sounded like when we left off, you were thinking about talking to the captain.
Yeah, Dawn's suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You may approach, and as you walk over, the captain will look up from his book and just kind of gives the group of you a nod and goes back to reading it. But you can take seats at the table with him if you so choose. And without looking up from his book, he would say, "I gotta get back into the accent."
Oh no, this hurts your voice.
Diplomatic community. No, that's Moby. That's Richard. Richard
Oh yeah,
is like
right. The Richard.
New
Yeah.
Yorker who smokes 3 packs of
Yeah.
cigarettes a day.
Yeah.
Baha is what's his face? That actor.
Mike
What
Myers.
is it? No, it's Sean Connery.
Oh, okay,
Sean Connery.
okay.
That's it. I had to look it up.
Yes.
Diplomatic community. But yeah, so he would greet the group of you by just kind of saying, "It's been a while. Good to see you again, lads and lasses. Did you need something? This book is riveting."
You're still, yeah. You said I think a while ago you were. Sorry, I saw a message that made me laugh. You were looking for a way to thither, right? Because of your ship.
Aye, lad, I'm looking for a way back to the coast so that I could get back to my ship, my crew, and my wife. Need a way out of here as well.
What if we told you we actually know a way out of here specifically?
He will look up from his book and make eye contact with you with his like beady little black eyes. I'm listening. What do you have to offer?
Well, looks over at Ego. He's gonna say this part really slow because he's like, marketing is not really my strong suit. Normally, I just tell people
I'll back you
no at the bank. So he's like,
There's no bargaining at the bank. I
yeah,
just no.
Like normally it's like, please let me take out this loan. Please, my house is about to be foreclosed, and it's like, no, you need to pay back the last one. So, what is the information worth? Like, so ready you go.
We are in the land of. I stole your accent. We're in the land of deals. We understand that it's valuable, so we just want to know if you have anything to offer in return for a fair deal.
He closes his
The
book.
information is good.
I have a great many things that I could offer, but I'm getting a little Irish. The Scottish one, it always gets me
Yeah.
every time. Are you just offering a way to get to the coast, or have you cleared the mists that plague these lands?
We haven't cleared the mist, but we know a path through.
It's kind of like we have a map. Sort
A
of.
path through is of value to me, but it's more important that the mists get cleared. If you're able to do that, I have something quite valuable I could offer, but for the way there, what do you seek? Our inventory for the shop is low, but perhaps we could provide scrolls, magic items, connections. I am a trader of the Feywild. And other
True.
planes beyond. if we're on the subject, if the group of you can clear the mist, then perhaps free passage could be offered.
I mean, that is on our list of things to do, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
True. Does anyone... I mean, I know that we're trying to think of something for Saoirse, but I think we kind of know... the thing that she's dealing with is probably going to be out of everyone's depth.
Right.
So... Does anyone have anything particular in mind that they were thinking of? Obviously, I will always trade for spells, but it's not my information alone to give.
I mean, spells usually help us as a group when you get new spells, right?
That they do. But perhaps something... Well, to be entirely honest, Don, you don't ask for a lot.
Yeah, I don't normally have a lot of things that I want. I just figured you guys would want something.
How about this? Captain,
Hi.
do you by chance have a way in which we could communicate with people outside of the Feywild?
I believe we do. We'd have scrolls for spells that can allow you to communicate across the planes, but there are also magic items that can do that. In order to reach the target, you'd need to provide them with the item. So perhaps the scroll would be of the most use to you.
All right. If it's a scroll, that probably means that only I could use it. So the magic item was appealing, but so you're saying the item would need to be delivered outside of the Feywild then?
There's a type of item called sending stones. Whoever bears one of the stones can communicate with whoever bears its mate. There are other ways.
Oh, I know that spell, but I slept and took the wrong one.
There happens, if it would interest you, a third option. I have a tattoo artist on my crew who specializes in arcane tattoos. We could see to it that you are marked with magic that could allow you to communicate with each other, or perhaps allow you to cast the spell that you're looking to cast.
I kind of want a tattoo. I never got a chance.
Could we talk with each other for a quick moment?
I'm not stopping you. He'll go back to reading his books.
Group chat
I can't do
tattoo.
the Scottish accent right now, bro. The Scottish is fucking killing me. I can't get it.
You're good. You're good.
I am of an aptitude in magic now from studying my mother's book that I think I'm familiar with what spell he's referring to. But Dawn, I think that you should get the tattoo, not just because you said you want one, which didn't know that you did. That's interesting.
Well, I didn't now. Until now.
Until right now?
Well, yeah, I wasn't thinking about it until now. And then he said tattoo.
I was thinking it might be a way for you to talk to your family.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if they gave me the scroll, I could add it to my book, yes, and I'd be able to cast the spell many times, and I've met some of your family, but then I would only be delivering a message on your behalf. So I think the information is worth that. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I think so.
Even though Clover is standing right next to me, but she seems like she's not able to give her opinion, I think she would agree.
She's T-posing in the background.
Especially since I think she can do that spell all on her own.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'd be willing to share the information for that.
Right.
Until we went up it, at least, with clearing the mist, which I'm assuming probably goes hand in hand in stuffing swords into hag faces.
Oh, and if it's like any other tattoo, it's probably permanent. From what I've heard, your mother would like you to be able to talk even when you're in Waterdeep.
Oh,
It
yeah.
might get them to get off your back a little bit if you messaged home every now and then.
Yeah. Forgot I lived in Waterdeep.
Well, it better be a cool tattoo. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to make fun of you. Where are you gonna get it?
Don't know. And I don't think you can make fun of me when you still can't ride on some rides.
Oh no!
Whoa, what did I come back to? Shots fired, hello?
I'm going to still get taller. I hope.
I don't think so.
I'll just hex everybody else to be shorter than me.
You don't have the power to do that.
Not yet.
I'm pretty sure you need to be taller to hold more magic too. So, we'll see.
Okay.
That's crazy, bro.
All right,
I'm just
Satyr.
saying,
Well,
I haven't heard of any powerful mages below 5 feet.
yeah, well, the Satyr would know a lot about riding rides, wouldn't he?
And some.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I heard some things at the at the rebirthday party. I know. I
didn't
saw
do
what was
anything
going on in the corner.
I don't really want to think about that. My sister was there.
She was probably the one causing... She was probably the one engaging in that behavior.
Well, see, that's what happens when you're tall.
Where are we?
Get a tattoo. Go, I push him. Go get a cool magic tattoo.
So have you decided information on how to pass through the mists in exchange for tattoos? One each for your group?
Mhm.
If you can find a way to clear the mist, you can consider yourselves honorary crew members of my ship. Can give you passage anywhere, any plane that you'd like to go to. We tend to travel across the astral sea to get to different places, so as long as you don't mind a bit of strange travel, we can get you where you need to go.
Alright. Sounds easy enough.
I can't
So-
tattoo you. You'd need to go... I'd have to take you to my ship, to my crew. To the tattoo artist, but... if you can take me through the mists, then it should be easy enough to get that done.
Alright, yeah. I'll explain to him the ways that we found to get through to the different places and say whenever, the next time we leave, since we're gonna have to head back through, he can tag along to at least to thither if he would like.
Yeah, so, before you begin explaining, he wants to shake on the deal.
Obviously, yeah.
So he will shake on it with you and to seal it. But he'll listen and say, "That sounds surprisingly simple. I think I could make my way back to my ship on my own, but if you'd like to meet us there whenever you're ready to be tattooed, we can see to it that my end of the bargain is upheld. And then we can talk about free travel in exchange for clearing the mist. Unless you'd like to make that deal now."
We can revisit that deal because I feel like it wouldn't be fair to make the deal when you don't have any guarantee that we'll be able to uphold it yet.
That's the nature of a deal. It's not always things that are already done, but promises that are made that you intend to keep. You intend to dispel these mists?
He's like, that's scary. Like, what if I fail and then die and then get cursed after I die because I didn't keep the deal? That's scary. But yeah, he'll think about it for a long second and then he'll go, we'll clear the mist.
Alright.
Confident, I think, maybe, that we can.
If you can clear the mists, then you can have free passage for the rest of your life upon my vessel. You needn't worry about... It's only if you decide to seek passage on my ship and then fail to uphold your side of the bargain that the magic would come into play, but... Hey, stop! Oh my god, don't be bad. With the mists in place, it's a bit hard to even... we can't really take you anywhere other than a few leagues of the Feywild seas, which are quite beautiful, but I think it would be hard for me to uphold my side of the bargain without you upholding your side. Does that make sense, lad?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
So he will shake with you on that too, and you have now promised... you are now owed one tattoo each for any party member who would like them, in exchange for that information that you passed to Cross the Fog. And, excuse me, my Atlanta. In exchange for clearing the mist, if you are able to do that, he will then allow you passage on his ship in perpetuity, whenever, wherever, however long you wish. But he'll take out a pipe and begin to smoke. Uh-oh, you're gonna lose audio for a minute. Ego gets all of their magic powers taken away, and their mom comes and throws them into a sack and then takes them home, and they have no more human rights.
Oh, fuck
Yeah.
I love taking away human rights.
What? Okay. Did you, So the tattoo artist has, well, if you go to, ooh. The Echo.
Hello?
Y'all hear that?
Yeah, that's his stuff.
It takes 10 seconds to reset. I apologize. You didn't
don't
say anything
forgive you.
uncouth about me, did you?
No, I just said I was going to take away your character's human rights.
Not human.
Hey, that's the way to deal with it like a Fae would. But yeah, so, the two deals are struck, and then the captain would tell you that if you, like, want, like, you can go to the ship basically at any time if you would like. It's stuck basically, like, along the coast of the area now known as Thither, but that the tattoo artist is there, and if you would like to see their offerings of, like, different things, because they're basically, like, magical tattoos, you can get one that does, like, a specific spell, but there's also, like weird ones. Like, he would basically tell you that there's, like, a tattoo that can give you, like, ghostly power. Oh my god! He's so mean.
Okay.
But yeah, there's, like, some that can like give you ghost powers or like give you these like magical claws and things like that. So if you want to learn more about it, he says you got to go talk to the tattoo artist in Thither. But then otherwise, if your business with the captain is concluded, he will go back to reading. He lets you know that if you want to talk to Richard, he can get Richard for you. But hi, bad boy. Are you done? Are you dealing with the consequences of your actions and now you can't get down? Come here. Come here. Yeah. Keep walking. Come on. But yeah. Is there anything else anyone would like to do? Any other NPCs you want to talk to?
You didn't describe being here, but I'll ask, is Jingle Jangle here?
Jingle Jangle is not here. Not currently.
Okay.
Least.
Is Clover still going around trying to do some matchmaking stuff? I gotta do it then. I want to go to the tiefling lady.
Uh-huh.
I need to know who the hell this is.
Okay. Alrighty. So gonna put a pin in that for a hot second. Just to know like the order of operations. So Clover with the matchmaking, was there any pair in particular you wanted to talk to, or are you just like looking at everyone? Are you going to talk to them? Like, what does that mean for you? You're not allowed to chew.
Sorry. She would not go for couples. If she thinks that they're already a thing, she would not approach them.
Okay.
She's looking for anyone's signal. Doesn't discriminate.
Okay. So what you would know about the people that are in here as far as like couples and pairings go.
Mm-hmm.
The captain has mentioned that he is married and that his wife is waiting for him where his ship is multiple times, so he is probably out.
Yeah.
Richard, unknown. Not currently like present in the sense that you can see him. He's in his little gullet pocket dimension. It seems like Rosalie is there with Bilston, the former gnome, current Will-O-Wisp, but they are very clearly like smitten with each other. The tiefling woman doesn't seem like she's in any sort of like entanglement with anybody. Black Donald doesn't seem like he's in an entanglement with anybody. The two of them are speaking, but it's not like lovey-dovey. I believe your insight check was a little bit lower.
Mine was 17 to someone did a nat 20 and I did a 17.
Okay, so the nat 20 was enough to notice between Wynn and Octavian. A 17 is not. So you would see that Wynn and the artist lady and Octavian the bard are sat at a table together. Unclear the dynamic there. And then let's see, Rosalie, Richard, and then there's Sue. And then there's the hobgoblins. So the individuals whose status is unclear would be Richard, Black Donald, Wynn, Octavian, the tiefling woman, Sue, and the hobgoblins.
Not Sue. Sue's got her eyes on 2 people already. I think she's gonna go to the hobgoblins first because she sees that Ego is approaching the hat lady first. So she's like, I'll get to her. I'll go to the hobgoblins first and see what the situation is over there.
Okay, and then Dawn, was there anything in particular that you wanted to do once your business with the captain is concluded?
Nah, I think Dawn is waiting for everyone else to conclude their business so we can go check up on the frogs or the wells.
Good idea.
So we can fucking clean them.
You're
Yeah,
like,
good
the
idea.
small nation that I govern needs me.
Yeah, I might
Valid.
actually set them up in the OLs.
Oh, yeah, that could be interesting. Yeah, so let's do. I'm gonna do the tiefling first. So that way, Kristy, you can finish your dinny.
Thank you.
So yeah, you, Ego, you can approach the pair of overstuffed, worn armchairs that are dangerously close to the roaring hearth here in the common room of the inn at the end of the road, where you would come upon Black Donald with a more subdued, slightly more joyful and less sinister smile on his face as he listens to this tiefling woman just talk and talk and talk. She's like, and so then I went to this atelier in Baldur's Gate, and they gave me these leggings that just had this leopard print and this bright green leg, and I just thought, that is so fashionable, I have to have it. But I was already wearing 3 skirts, so I just put it on underneath, and he's like, yes, that is interesting. I would like leggings as well. But yeah, the tiefling woman would see you approach. Donald just kind of turns his head to you like he's talking to her and just looks at you and says, hello again. And then
Hello again. Hello again, Black Donald.
the tiefling woman looks between the two of you. Hi, I'm Joy.
You seem so. Hello. I am Ego.
Are you a new guest here? I haven't been here for very long.
I am a returning patron, but I did recognize that you were new, and you were so... You stood out.
Oh, thank you so much. You know, I tried really, really hard. It's been a bit of a struggle to put outfits together. Some crazy stuff has happened, but I'm trying my best. And, you know, I have to say that anything that I'm wearing really pales in comparison to you. I mean, look at that hat. That is so amazing. And it's so big. How do you even keep your head up?
With my incredibly weighty brain.
Wow. I love it. Can I try it on? You can try mine on.
No.
Oh, okay.
What? Maybe. We just met. I like my hat.
Yeah, I understand. I like my hat too.
Does wearing all of those colors at the same time hurt?
Does it hurt? I mean, I feel fine. I don't think. 1 second, and she starts like stretching out, wiggling her fingers and toes. I feel fine.
Okay. That's good. You don't want them to hurt, right?
No, I found that sometimes just sometimes other people make comments about it, and that can be a little frustrating, because I try really, really hard to put these outfits together, and it seems like other people don't really like them all the time, so I guess in that sense it used to hurt, but after a few years, I kind of just had to give up on what everybody else thought because I can't really help it, you know? Do you ever just, like, have to do something and, like, it's not even just you, it's like you're compelled, like, you have to do it?
Yes. I think that we all are compelled to do things. And I've had comments made about my fashion choices as well. So I understand. I heard you mentioning to Black Donald Baldur's Gate. Are you from the material plane?
Yeah, I am. I'm from a really, really tiny, tiny little farming village just outside of Baldur's Gate. Didn't have a lot of money to go there, but, you know, ever since I was a younger lady, because you can tell that she's, like, probably in her, like, 40s. She's a little bit, like, older in appearance than some of you guys. Ever since I was a young lady, I've just always really loved clothes. And I went to this carnival that came into town one year. And after that, I didn't really have the money for a ticket, but I went anyway. And after that, I just realized that I loved the way that everybody at the carnival dressed. And it was so colorful and bright. And there wasn't necessarily any thought to it. So I started working 2 jobs and saved up a lot so that I could go to Baldur's Gate because there's some pretty interesting fashion there. I'd love to go to Waterdeep someday, but the to rent a carriage or a horse to get there is a little bit more expensive. But I do the best with what I can. You can find some really interesting stuff from thrifting. Like, look at this skirt. This skirt came from a kingdom that fell hundreds of years ago that used to be run by elves. And it's very, very frilly, but if you look very closely, and she, like, lifts the hem of her skirt, it's actually made out of leaves. But they were just so good at sewing that they could make leaves look like fabric. Because they were elves.
And last hundreds of years. That's actually very impressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm hoping that, if I can collect enough really cool pieces of clothing, maybe someday someone else will appreciate it the way that I do, and maybe I could open up, like, a clothing museum.
Vic, this is literally just me in, like, every video game.
Opens up bag, hasn't sold off or tossed a single article of armor.
All content that I do in every video game is to get cute outfits. Ego will say, so I'm assuming you've come here to the Feywild in search of more rare clothing?
No. The carnival came back to town. So I went to the carnival, and it was really weird. I walked through this, like, mirror house, and then I kind of, like, tripped and fell because, and she, like, holds up her feet and, like, kicks them up to you, and you can see she has, like, 2 different colored boots. Like, one has a heel, one does not. The shoelaces on one of them are, like, too short to be laced up the whole way. The shoelace on the other one is so long that, like, 2 feet of lace hang behind her. I tripped over these laces on this boot, and I fell into one of the mirrors, and I thought I was going to get in a lot of trouble because it might break. But then I fell through it, and I just kind of ended up here. I'm just kind of making the best
the maze of mirror, the house of mirrors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But there's been some really interesting frog people, bullywugs, and I don't know if you've ever seen their clothes, but they are extravagant. There are so many ruffles.
I've been wearing the dress that was like woven for me by Big Old Spider, but I will show my outfit that I do have still from the Bullywug court that I put on.
Oh my gosh. And you got to wear this? Look at the shape of it. Wow.
Yes. It really gathers in places you're maybe not expecting.
I can imagine. I mean,
when you put it on.
Bullywugs have really skinny limbs and they have those big, like, they rivet like that. It's like, yeah. Wow.
So you accidentally became trapped in the Feywild, and you don't seem to be concerned at all or really be looking for a way back home?
I guess I'm concerned, but what am I going to do about it? I'm a waitress, and at night I stock inventory for a shop. So, I mean, I don't really adventure, never been too good with a sword, and honestly, I mean, sometimes you have to make the best of where you're at. We don't always choose the circumstances that we're in, and when I tried to walk through those mists to go home, I kind of just ended up right back here. So I just see it as an opportunity to find interesting new pieces of clothing and maybe make some new friends. And everybody here at the inn has been really, really nice. So it is what it is.
You have a very nice look on life. It's definitely not mine. But
Well, that's
it
okay.
does. Well, it does remind me of someone.
You know, I get that all the time.
I'm like waving for like Clover. Come
I've
over.
been told that I look like the Blackstaff. I've been told that I look like a couple of different famous opera singers. I think it's because my outfit is very iconic.
Could I ask you a quick opinion question?
Of course.
What's your favorite season?
Oh, that's really, really hard. You know, there's a part of me that would want to say spring because there's so many colorful flowers and plants. But then all of the colors just explode in the fall. And then in the summer, there's, you know, all of the beaches and the shells and all of the birds. But I think if I had to pick, maybe this is a little surprising, it would probably be winter. And I know that everything is kind of barren and bleak and dead in the winter and lots of snow, but it's really the best season for if you collect clothes. I kind of have a problem with throwing clothes out because you can layer because it's cold and you don't get hot. In the summer, you can really only get away with like one layer, maybe two if you're further north, which I haven't really been. And that's just kind of a bummer. So I think I like winter. Do you have a favorite? Was that the wrong answer?
No. I like winter. I just think you would have a lot in common with. I'm like holding my hand behind me and like gesturing for Clover to come over.
Okay, I'll go over.
I think that you would really get along with our friend. This is Clover, who is a friend, but she is also here on behalf of another.
Oh, really?
You're so pink.
Oh,
I love it.
Thanks. Thank you.
That is my cue. I'm gonna back up and go over to Black Donald.
Wow. And your tail and your ears, they're... Oh, wow. I've never seen anybody like you. I don't have ears like that, but I do have these horns.
Yeah, they're really cool.
I do have a tail, too.
You do have a tail, too.
I have a picture of this character.
I want to see her.
Let me get her. Hold on. But she'll hold her hand out. I'm Joy.
I'm Clover.
It's nice to meet you, Clover.
Nice to meet you too, Joy.
Do you want to try my hat on?
Sure.
And she will take off this hat, and it's like...
There we go.
It's huge, and there's like a literal like taxidermy peacock.
Oh my goodness!
On her hat.
It's so heavy. I'm so little.
I know. But you know what they say? Beauty is pain.
Yeah, Mom said that a lot. No, yeah, I've heard that before.
Where is she? Where are you, madam? Here she is. Okay, I'm gonna put her in the maps handouts pics.
Oh,
there she
hello.
Yeah.
I have a strange question for you. And
I love strange questions.
Okay, are you single?
Are you hitting on me right now?
No, not me.
You freak me out because like I'm super interested. I don't know a lot of places around here to go on like a date, but I think we can make the best of it. Sometimes the water levels get really, really high, and you can like go swimming, and you do sometimes end up with leeches in weird places, but you just pull them off, and it's like totally fine. I love swimming.
Ego's in between Dawn and Black Donald and got their arms crossed, nodding like, I'm definitely becoming a matchmaker like your mom.
No, I have to tell you her story. I'm gonna hand her the flyer, her Tinder flyer.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're literally being Tinder,
Literally,
or like Hinge.
being medieval fantasy Hinge.
You're being fantasy Hinge.
Oh man,
Like her stats and like what she likes and like
Yeah, here's her strength or dexterity.
not strength, dexterity,
like what she's good at. So like I put bacon.
Wait, is this like when in the like mid 2000s when like teens would draw their anime character and they would be like likes bubblegum like doing this dislikes mean people like
Personality. Best friend
Great
love.
with animals. Great with animals. Magic. Good. Can sing. I think she can sing. She does the like
loves
she does,
drama.
Yeah.
Wow, is this a princess?
Yeah. It's a princess of spring. Her name is Saoirse. Unfortunately, she is a little bit cursed, but that's why I'm trying to find her true love.
Oh, hold on. And she'll hand you the paper bag and she'll start rifling through. You realize that she has like dozens of pockets and also like bags and satchels like on and around her person. She starts digging through. Oh, there it is. And she pulls out a journal. Here, look at this.
I'll open it.
And you open it and you can see that she actually has like a couple different drawings of like people with the same thing of like likes and dislikes. These are my OCs. This is Ember Darkstar, and Ember Darkstar is the Prince of Night in this book that I'm writing, where everybody has magical clothes that help them fight the forces of evil.
Kill.
But yeah, so
Starburns and the forces of evil.
Ember Darkstar's there, and then flip the page, flip that. No, the next one. Hey, yeah. So,
Don't you do it.
this is my favorite character, and you can see that she has like a character that's like got like purple, like silvery purple hair, and like has this kind of like emo like look on, is wearing this like very goth like black outfit. This is Kristy Mysticwater. She's like the main character. She's the main character of my story. A lot of bad things sometimes happen to her, but she keeps on keeping on, and she's really cool and powerful and has purple magic. So when she wears purple clothes, she has the power to change the whole universe. And I don't know how that's gonna work out in this book, but we're gonna figure it out. But so I've been writing all of these stories. Do you know who Lord Neverember is? He's like kind of cool, and I like kind of put him in this story. Like I thought it would be kind of interesting.
That's really smart. I think I've heard of him.
Yeah.
Dawn from Waterdeep being like, you're writing fan fiction about him?
Yeah. Well, so there was this like whole drama. I don't know if you're super familiar with him, but like he got accused of stealing a bunch of money from Waterdeep.
Yeah, we heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then leaving. But like you know what? I just like think he's so baby girl. Like he really is just very innocent, and he hasn't done anything wrong. And I think he's just really sad, and I think I can fix him. So I am writing this story, and I put him in it. And then his character, flip 2 more pages. His character's gonna end up with this one. This is Happy, and you can see it's like clearly a self-insert, like it's a tiefling woman in like very vibrant clothes. So this is Happy, and Lord Neverember will end up together at the end of the story, because I just think that he needs a little bit of color in his life. He probably didn't steal all that money. That's like so crazy.
And if he stole the money, why?
Jesus Christ.
Like, is he in jail right now?
You know, I'm not really sure. I've only ever seen like pictures of him or like paintings. Because I've never actually been to Neverwinter or to Waterdeep. But
yeah, the small town, we don't get all the updates. We just got like the major ones. We don't actually have follow-ups.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen the portraits of him, but he's kind of a silver fox. I think he's very handsome, so
so he's more your type versus.
I'm holding up Saoirse's paper. I'm like,
well, I mean, I could put a princess into the story.
No. She's a real person.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I would have to ask her if she wants to be in the story, but I'll add any character to the story.
Okay. I mean, yeah, she'd probably love that, but I'm trying to help her, like, break her curse. So I'm trying to, like, find her, like, someone to love her for her.
Oh.
And then kiss her so she doesn't sleep forever and ever and ever.
I mean, I would kiss her.
Okay.
I would let her walk on me. She's like really, really pretty.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. I'll put your name down. I'll put her name down at the top of the list.
My name, it's Joy.
Joy. Okay.
Yeah.
I will keep in contact, especially if she wakes up, and I'll let you know if we can set up a date or not. And I'll keep you updated.
Okay, I'll probably still be here.
Great.
Just look for the one with the big hat.
Of course.
Actually, there is somebody else with a big hat in here. Your friend that Ego that was just over here. So, maybe I should put on a really long cloak.
Sure.
And that'll help you find me.
Yep.
I want to blend in with the crowd, you know. I have a really long rainbow-colored cloak that I'll put on, and that'll help you if you're ever looking for me.
I have magic eyes, so I could always, like, if you have anything magical on you, I could find you that way.
I don't think I have anything magical. If I did, I would probably
she just
sell
has
it.
clothes.
Can I activate to see if any of it is, like, magical?
No.
Oh, honey.
She has, like, little wisps of, like, the magic that's on her is like a muted version of the magic that comes off of Black Donald, which is very oppressive.
Okay.
And it's like a mild form of that, which leads you to the like realization that it's kind of just her inherent tiefling magic.
Gotcha. Okay.
But no magic items.
I'll find you.
Yeah. I try to stick out, so.
Okay.
Did you want to help me make another OC? Did you want to be in the story?
I would love to be in the story, but I really need to get a list for Saoirse when she wakes up. So maybe when I come back?
Oh, like a list of people to kiss her?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, I can help you with that. And she stands up and slams her hands on the little table that's between them and says, "Hey, everybody who wants to kiss a princess right now." And like a bunch of heads turn. And like Rosalie and Bilston the Wisp kind of like whisper to each other, but then like Rosalie puts her hand up and you see like a little wisp of light comes off of that. Captain Baja opens his bill and Moby Richard leans out and is like, "Me, I'll do it. I'll kiss her." The hobgoblins like look at each other and are like,
"Can I get everyone's name, please?" I just write down names.
And Black Donald is like, "What is kissing?"
Ask an incubus.
How old are you?
I don't know. This is appropriate
really?
language.
Very old.
He's like thousands of years old, Clover.
I know, but this feels wrong still. I feel like I'm corrupting him further.
It was a soldier of the Blood War before you or your bloodline ever existed.
Oh.
And I shall persist far beyond you.
Well, kissing is something people do when they have feelings for each other, of like positive feelings, like romantic feelings, like warm, cozy feelings.
Or it's when you're drowning, or when you want to learn a new language.
Not in Saoirse's particular case, but yes, in your case, I guess that makes sense.
Where I come from, if you have strong feelings for another person, you usually kill them.
Nope, we're not doing that here.
I'm pretty sure that's called hate.
It's the opposite of that feeling.
Oh no, the devil only understands Kismisa, dude! Oh no!
Oh no, don't
He only understands what?
Don't bring
no.
that here.
Oh no!
Don't bring that here.
Do not cite the
Oh,
ancient
no.
texts to me, witch. I was there,
When it was written.
Well, I do not know what the romantic feelings are, but I am interested in pursuing them.
Well,
Is that something that goes along with the whimsy of the Fae?
I mean, yes. You know what? I'll put you at the very bottom of the list so you can watch what happens first, and then you can decide if you still are interested. We still need to get her to wake up, because this is not happening while she's asleep.
Could you and I kiss?
Do you have feelings for me, Donald?
Right now, I
technically-
feel confusion and curiosity. There is a rage that boils deep within my heart that I fight every day to suppress. The thought of mortal blood running down my fingers and into my teeth excites me, but I wish to suppress that urge because it is not whimsy.
See, that is also confusing and slightly terrifying on my side. You've really never kissed anyone?
I do not know
Like,
what
even
a kiss is beyond
like-
what you have told me.
like a mom kissing your forehead goodnight when you go to bed?
My mother attempted to offer myself and the other spawn up in sacrifice to Mephistopheles. I was the one who
Oh.
survived the battle. I was the one who tore the heads off of my siblings and drank of their life's blood. And for that reason, I was promoted to become a soldier of the Blood War. My mother made me strong.
It's really sad.
She's dead now.
Um,
I killed her.
you definitely need some love in your life, Donald. That's not...
Do you offer this?
I will give you a forehead kiss because I feel like that's something you are well overdue for.
And what do you ask in return? Do I kiss back? Do I bring you the heart of your enemy? Still beating and freshly pulled from their chest?
I mean, if you want to help us deal with the hags, I wouldn't complain. The hags
Deal
are my
with them
enemy.
in what way?
They have my lust thing.
Specify which hags, though. Not all.
Oh,
Not all
Bevlorna.
hags.
No.
Be careful when you make deals.
And Endelyn? Is that her name? Endelyn?
Lorna, Endolin, Scabatha Nightshade.
And Nightshade.
Carry
You
Yeah.
wish for them to be destroyed?
I mean, yeah.
3 hags for 1
Close.
kiss is not an even balance. If you
Do you need
Would give
3
me one-
kisses?
if you give me 1 kiss, I will aid you in the destruction of 1 hag. You need
Oh.
only call upon me when the time comes.
Okay.
Just okay.
Just like that? Really? Oh, you really do need love, though. You poor thing.
I do not know what love is.
Do you want the
aside from a love of death.
Do you want the
And
forehead
gore.
kiss?
I will take 1 forehead kiss.
Okay.
Okay.
And in exchange, I will provide you with my boon. And should you ever
This
need
is-
my aid in combat, I
What's
will
happening?
come and I will suck the life from your enemies.
Holy shit.
You're
I will tear
making
their
this
hearts
su-
from their chests and present them to you in offering.
You're making the sweetest devil contract I've ever seen.
You're trying to be whimsical.
Love. I'm
Yeah,
shaking
so-
love.
Well, actually, so he actually wouldn't shake with you on this. If you agree to, like, enter into this deal, he pulls out the contract.
Oh.
And he pulls
Here
out
we
like,
go.
this long, perfectly white, almost like cloud-like feather with a faint golden glow to it, and an ink pot filled with a dark red liquid. And he will begin scribing a contract. And in very deep legalese, it basically says that you, Clover, agree to provide a forehead kiss to Black Donald. In exchange, you will be provided with basically like a calling card for him.
Aw.
And like what he will provide to you, you can activate, and at the time that you activate it, he will be summoned to you and can carry out like whatever sort of combat-based thing you wish.
Okay.
But you have the one. It's one.
It's
for
like a one calling card. Yeah.
And then once he's done, your contract is then considered completed. But there's also like a bunch of terms that are like written that's like, the
Could I-
licensee shall blah blah blah, and it's like a bunch of stuff.
Could we also like revisit it after it's like completed, and if he still feels like he needs more kisses or is curious about potentially romancing Saoirse, like he'd be open to considering it.
I can include a clause for... I can add a clause that will allow us the opportunity to revisit this contract after it has already been completed on your side, and if you would wish to amend it, then we can draft an amendment at that time.
Okay, sounds good.
Sign here, please.
Clover, she does an insight check at all. She just fucking signs it. She sounds great.
Do you like my quill?
It's very pretty.
It's been pulled from the wing of a fallen angel. And he
Oh.
signs the contract. This is their blood. And he holds up his little ink bottle.
Okay.
As he signs it, the contract bursts into flames. It is done. One
Okay.
forehead kiss, please.
Okay. I'm gonna like do that thing where like the mom like brushes like any hair or whatever over the forehead and just give him a
Yeah,
kiss.
like you go to brush him and he like shies away
It's
at
okay.
first and like inherently like just by instinct like grabs your wrist, and you can feel that like even though he has human hands, there are like talons that like dig a little bit into your like flesh. What is this?
This is comfort before the kiss. It's like soothing you. Do you want to
Do you
feel
seek
it?
to harm me?
No, absolutely not. The opposite. I want to comfort you.
This was not part of our contract. But if you offer this freely, then I shall take it.
I offer it freely.
So yeah, you can, and he has like, he's kind of this like half-elven, he has the look like waist up of like a half-elven individual who is just like completely bald. And like maybe he looks like the equivalent of a human in their like 60s. Like he looks older. So you can like rub his like slightly wrinkled head.
Oh, I give him like right at the center of like the chakra eye. I give him a little
kiss. Very gentle.
Yeah, and as your lips touch his skin, he is boiling hot.
Oh,
Like
no.
it's like eating a piece of food that is like fresh out of the oven on your lips.
or is he just a devil?
You know, if you'd like to roll a check to discern that, you may, or you can just go with your own instinct.
He's
you
been without
wanted
love for so long, he's growing sick. This poor man.
Yeah, you can insight check him if you want.
13.
He doesn't look sick.
Okay.
But yeah, he has this very strong smell of like sulfur and brimstone. As you like get into his like personal space bubble.
Cool.
Yeah, and like as you complete the kiss, like there's sort of this like acrid taste on your lips, like ash. Excuse me. But after you do that, like his eyes go really wide and his smile drops.
Oh no. Are you okay? Did I hurt you?
I don't know.
Oh.
Is it supposed to ache?
Oh. Sometimes, if you feel sad.
I do not feel sad.
Do you feel happy?
I suppose. It is not the same happy that I would feel as I watched the life fade from my enemy's eyes.
Yeah, that's a very different type of feeling. I would agree with that.
Is this whimsical? Is this what the Fae do?
Sometimes, not always. I think this is more human.
Human. Humans are weak.
Well, halflings, in my case.
Halflings are small, but they make good appetizers.
I think I understood. I think I get it. How are you feeling now? Does it still ache?
No. I feel a distinct lack of the stress and passion that one might feel at the conclusion of a battle.
I would hope you wouldn't feel stressed after a forehead kiss. Forehead kiss is the opposite of stress.
Whatever I feel is the opposite of stress.
That's good.
Have you ever seen a body of water that lays still?
Yeah.
When I see them, I like to light them afire. But right now I feel like a still pond. It is strange.
Well, I'm glad you're not on fire.
Would you like me to be?
Maybe not in Sue's inn. She might be angry if you do that. Why don't you think about it and, like, sleep on it and tell me how you feel a little bit later? See how you do.
Is the halfling custom to provide a forehead kiss?
Sometimes, yeah.
Do I return it?
You don't have to. It wasn't in the contract. I don't want to force you to do something you don't want to do.
May I try?
Sure.
He will stand up, and you realize now that he's standing, because you haven't really seen him stand, he is very tall.
Oh.
He is taller than Saoirse.
Oh.
This guy somehow unfolds as he comes out of his chair and realizes the full height of his infernal form. And he dwarfs you, but he will lean down, and again that smell of brimstone and ash and fire hits you as he then invades your personal space bubble, and with your consent, as devils do care about consent, they are lawful, he will lean down and he basically just, like, puts his mouth on your forehead.
Buddy!
Have I been successful?
That's pretty good. Next time you need to pucker your lips though a little bit. Like, emphasize, like, your intention. But because you don't know me that well, that was okay. That was
You
a
have
good
to
one.
know someone to kiss them.
Usually. It's usually someone you care about. Not always. But usually.
If I were to kiss my general, I feel that my lips would be cut off.
Oh, yeah, maybe don't do that to your general. I feel like...
I have defected from the infernal armies of the Blood War. If I were to return to the Hells, I would be drawn and quartered.
Oh, no!
But kept alive, so that they could continue to torture me and flay the skin from my body.
Well, then they definitely don't deserve forehead kisses! Don't give them forehead kisses! Why would you give them forehead kisses? They're gonna kill you and quarter you! Don't do
Because
that!
I am familiar with them.
Yeah, but that's familiar bad. If they're gonna... No, they don't deserve forehead kisses. If they're gonna cut you into pieces, they don't deserve forehead kisses.
I see.
I hate that I have to explain this. Clover's like, oh my god!
And he will reach into, like, the little, like, breast pocket of his suit that he is wearing, and pulls out a very, like, dark metal coin and will hand it to you.
Oh no. Oh no. Did Kristy just make her second pure good character make a deal with the devil again? Yes, she fucking did.
Oh,
Is he
man.
an entirely evil devil?
I can fix
He's
him.
working his way
I can
towards
fix him.
neutral.
I can fix him.
What is your constitution modifier?
Okay.
That's a 14, so it's a +2.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
What is going on?
Yeah, so he presents you with this coin that has these, like, notched edges, And these like very severe looking carvings on the surface of it, and it's weighty. And even though the coin is only this big, he puts it into your hand, and it almost feels like it's so heavy that you might drop it.
Oh boy!
And you hear like this faint like wailing as the coin touches your flesh.
Oh, I'm gonna put it in my dress thing and hold it like that. Put it in my pocket.
You do not wish to touch it,
It was crying.
so you are good.
I hope so.
Do you know what that is?
No. What is it?
It is a soul coin, the currency of the hells.
What does that mean?
It means that it is used by fiends of all kinds to engage in trade, as well
Okay.
as to power infernal machines.
Oh. With souls?
Yes,
Why?
souls are the currency of the hells. Souls are how we fight back the demons and keep them from destroying everything that exists. You have not bargained your soul to me, so you do not need to worry. You will not become a coin yet.
What do you mean by yet?
If you would like to bargain with me for your soul, that can be arranged.
No, thank you.
You could be given great power.
No, thank you. I'm still just trying to help Saoirse break her curse. Do you want me to put you on her list or no? How are you
Yes.
feeling? Okay.
I would like another kiss.
Okay, I put him on the bottom of her list. And this, I use, like, out of character, I use the soul coin to call him? Is that what it is?
So he would tell you that there's a couple different ways that you can use this, but if you want to summon him, you basically need to, like, put power into it. So that would be you or somebody else, if you do not have magic power, would need to expend a spell into the coin, which would then
Okay.
destroy it and summon him. And he
Okay.
would tell you that this was the first soul coin that he ever earned from a bargain.
Oh. Well, I feel bad taking it.
Do not feel bad. The soul entrapped within there was a dark and foul being.
Oh. Why? Well, how dark? Do I want to know?
A queen who would drink the blood of the young and innocent to stay young herself.
Oh,
She's mine now. And now her soul will help power our bargain.
Well, I'm glad she's not hurting any more children then.
No. And once she is freed from this coin, she will become a faithful soldier of mine.
Okay. I guess I'll call you when we get to the hags.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And he will sit back down.
She, like, waddles her way back over to, like, Ego. And Dawn,
Like, that was a lot, but we
That was something.
help now. More help for the
At least
army.
Yeah. At least he seemed to like the kiss.
I think he did too.
I will say, when I called you over, I did not expect the entire second half of that.
He's like, the fan fiction I can accept,
Yeah.
but
100%.
pissing a devil, did not expect that at all.
No, it's just sad.
Donald is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like he's trying. And that's important.
He definitely is. Guess your effort should be rewarded even if you did kill all your siblings and your mom. He, like, furrows his eyebrows because it doesn't really make sense. But he's trying to pull some lesson.
I mean,
out of it.
I suppose if he didn't, they would have killed him.
Yeah, that's really sad.
I'm learning so many different family dynamics.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I don't
And
think
unfortunately,
your family's gonna kill you.
well, I think, my family, well, if
Wait.
what I was told was correct, I've been killed many times, actually. Over and
Yeah.
over again. Yeah.
Did you get forehead kisses, Ego?
Did my mom? Okay. No. No.
I would think the most intimacy that you ever received, like intimate gestures of love from your mother, she would occasionally like sit you on her knee and kind of like toddle you there when you were small and tell you stories like Brothers Grimm's, like the true Brothers Grimm
Right.
style fairy tales. Like this ain't
Yeah.
no Disney sugarcoating shit. Like we're talking about queens punished to death by dying on, like by dancing on a bed of coals with iron shoes type shit. Like the Little Mermaid actually turns into sea foam at the end because like the lies of children like maintain her curse. And then the other thing that she probably would have done to show like intimacy was like just teaching you like her magic.
Yeah, there wasn't a physical affection really.
No.
It was her affections came from what she provided to me. I would be a dutiful daughter to her and clean the house and do whatever she said, and in exchange she would take care of me. She fed me, she told me stories, she taught me magic. It was all very fair.
She only beat me sometimes.
Well, if I broke the rules, which is, you need to get punished when you break the rules.
I mean, no,
No?
not
No,
in that way.
not really.
Well, how else are you supposed to punish a child?
By consequences of your actions. They don't learn anything if
Well,
you beat the shit
I
out
mean,
of them.
Well, I mean,
Shouldn't beat the shit
Beatings-
out of you.
I mean, beatings would be a consequence. Not eating is a consequence. Being locked in the,
Oh,
in your
boy.
room is a consequence.
Hey,
Oh.
those aren't real world consequences. Those only apply to someone who has power over you.
Isn't there always someone who has power over you?
No. Not in that way.
So on a scale of like your guys' family to Black Donald's, like where's mine sitting?
You're a little bit closer to Black Donald, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Actually, with everything that you said might be occurring with your caretaker, you're probably actually sitting right up there, like, nestled with Black Donald. You would have been farther along if not for the killing you every single time you reincarnate part.
Yeah.
That's you're kind of like holding hands.
Even if it possibly means destroying all of reality, like it was still bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I learned about myself a little bit more. I love learning. Do we want to leave?
Sure.
We can check.
Let's go
Check out
check on your
the
subjects.
OLs. Oh yeah, go check on your subjects
and the
first, and then
OLs.
the OLs. Yeah.
I guess it doesn't really matter where in hither the inn is right now. If we want to go to an OL, we'll go to an OL. If we want to go to Downfall, we'll go to Downfall. I was thinking Downfall first, because you were thinking about maybe sending them to the OLs, right?
Yeah.
At least we can have them help us figure out how to fix the OLs if they're still gonna listen to me. I don't really know how democracy has worked out for them.
We arrive and they instantly have snipers like ready for you.
Right.
Like
Oh my
He can't
God.
take democracy has spoken.
Okay.
Sneak attack, sneak attack.
Yep. So, you guys can, like get a quick meal at the inn, check on Saoirse. She's asleep, but some of the color has started to return, like at her extremities. Like you can see the tips of her fingers are turning green again.
Well, that's good.
And like the tips of her toes and like her nose is turning like a pink and green color.
Oh.
But she's still asleep. Aurum will stay with her, as will your guides and all of your other people that you have with you. But the group of you can head towards Downfall, and since you guys have kind of already like cleared this zone, if you will, you can get there pretty quickly. Oh my God, a bad boy.
A bad boy has arrived.
Yeah. Before we leave, actually, I wanted to, because I don't think this is going to do anything that much, but I figure it might help.
What's that?
Just narratively, if I just put in my 5 points of lay on hands, get that ancient satyr magic in there.
On Saoirse?
Yeah, on Saoirse.
Yeah, you can do that. Here, take this. I'm giving him a
Satyr
little
magic is a magic of love.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, you're able to do that, and you can see that now, like, instead of just her fingertips, the color has returned to her hands, like, up the elbow, and up her legs to, like, her knees, and her face has color in it again.
Okay, so she just needs
Perfect.
time. That's good.
Yeah, and Clover, if you look at it with magic eyes, because you can just do that, you can see that, like, so the pure, like, staring at the sun with no glasses is still there, but you can see that, like, her, like, blossoming magic is coming
Like filtering
out, like, a little
through.
bit more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
like there's cracks forming.
Like sun,
So she's like-
sunlight through like the trees.
Yep. Yeah. But yeah, so the group of you can go to Downfall.
Downfall.
Where is it? Where are you?
I wonder if anyone's tried to take control of the Harengon bandits, or if they just kind of dispersed.
You know, interesting that you say that.
Oh no.
So I have you guys on Downfall, like the map here. But as you approach, like immediately, the vibe is very different from before. The fog that kind of like cloaked around Bavlorna's hut is gone. And you can see that they've actually like built dams in some of the waterways that like form like the kind of pond in the middle and have like lowered the water levels a bit so that they have more land in the middle to build more homes because you would find that the bullywugs have actually taken in some of the Harengon and are now like in a society.
Oh my God, they're no longer being racist.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and so
Wow.
the
Okay.
bullywugs have there was a building that was like partially burned down that they have repaired. They have built several more huts for like their homes and homes for the Harengon. And you can see that like the building where like they had like the fighting pit kind of near like the throne chamber has like they've opened it up a little bit more. They've gotten rid of like the little fighting pit. And you can see that like in the throne room building on like a little balcony is like a grouping of several bullywugs and also a couple Harengon. And it seems like they're having like a meeting up there. But as dawn specifically approaches, all of the bullywugs kind of stop and they go, It's the Emperor of Democracy.
Oh no.
The Emperor of Democracy! And they all like throw down what they're doing and start bowing in front of you. And they're like, Democracy! Democracy!
Yeah, Don is gonna like look around and just sort of, okay, here we go. And he like puffs up his chest. And yes, he says, yes, I have returned.
Welcome back, Emperor of Democracy! And like there's like a crowd forming around you, and the Harengon are like confused, but like some of them recognize you guys, and they're like they whisper, and then like you can see that they're like, oh my gosh, like they look a little bit scared, so they start bowing too. And But yeah, the group of them is like, what is your word? Where have your travels taken you? What is your latest decree? We have been democracying a lot.
I can tell. How many people have been assassinated since last time?
Only 7.
Wow.
Okay, that's an improvement.
Right?
I mean, you didn't outlaw assassination.
Right. That is true. I mean, sometimes. I
Do
don't
not
know if I
worry, Emperor. They were all voted and agreed upon by the majority, as you decreed.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, you voted on people to assassinate.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
I guess that's technically within the bounds of the law.
That's like how court works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don? Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I have no new
State-sanctioned murder is fine.
Right. I have no new decrees.
Wow.
But I may have a task to put you all to. If you could gather the people.
Yes, of course. Come, we shall go to the building of democracy. We call it the Congress. Come. And they like lead you to the former hang on, I gotta look up what the yeah, it's oh my god. It is haircut, you're really bad. Oh. I mean downfall locations. So what was formerly the sinking palace is now the Congress building, as they refer to it, and they will take you there. They take you to the balcony where there's that assembly of like maybe a dozen or so bullywugs and Harengon, and they will tell you, these are the individuals that we have voted on to be our rulers in your stead while you were gone. Because we didn't know how to make decisions, only with votes, but nobody to actually enforce them.
That makes sense, yes. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the Emperor.
Yeah, and so these individuals, you can see they're all wearing these, like, big, like, wigs of, like, white hair with, like, the little curlies on the sides.
Yeah.
And instead of like the very regal, like Marie Antoinette type clothing that they had, these ones are dressed much more like they out here looking like Benjamin Franklin frogs, basically. They're in that like
Okay.
America is new type of fashion.
I was gonna say, is every time we visit them, they're going to have like their society is going to like have jumped. So they're like colonial. They were like Victorian era before, which
they were
is like
they were like more like I'm gonna say like King Henry VIII before.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Like Tudor
right,
era.
Okay,
Yeah,
Tudor era.
Tudor
We're
era.
coming
now
back with
colonial.
the right, because their society just goes by so quickly. So they're colonial now. The next time we see them, what do we want to guess? They're like roaring 20s.
Oh my goodness! They're gonna have like swing
They're, like,
bars
doing
and stuff with like.
Well, they're gonna have like frog flappers.
And instead of like poodles on their skirts, it's just other frogs on their skirts.
And then we come back again, and they're in like the 80s.
Oh no! Hippie era.
I suppose whatever they progress to next will depend upon what their emperor decrees. But the members of Congress will greet you. They bow before you, and a couple of them will go to shake your hand. One of the Harengon is like, I just want to say, I was kind of just doing everything because that's what everyone else was doing, but I'm really glad that I can be here now and vote instead of getting killed for being a brigand. I'm not a brigand anymore. I'm just a Congress of democracy.
Congressman, I think.
Going from brigand directly to congressman. Actually, no, that's fine.
You know,
That
there's
makes-
actually a lot of
that
similarities.
makes sense.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
similarities between what I
Yeah.
was doing before and what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
The only difference is that
It's called
before we
taxes
kill
now?
people, yes, instead of killing people for not paying their taxes, I just put them into jail and take their home.
Understandable. You know, I did the same thing, but more indirectly. Back in
Oh my
in
God,
Waterdeep.
Don did basically.
He did, he did.
Don's like,
I've been taking homes
hey,
for
little
20
sweet
years.
old lady, you're foreclosed.
It belongs to the bank now.
No, you can't pay me back with cookies and hand-knit sweaters. I will be reclaiming your home. You are
Yeah.
foreclosed upon. Goodbye.
Yeah, he's like, see, if I took cookies every single time someone wanted to keep their home, then I would be getting foreclosed. And I don't want to end up like you.
Oh my god.
Oh my God. That's crazy, bro.
Ruthless, man.
That's crazy. But they will assemble with you and say, Emperor of Democracy, do you have a new decree?
No new decrees or laws, because you guys have been doing pretty good adequately while I was gone. Maybe less frivolous execution. Let's only execute people for very serious offenses. And talking bad about a member of the Congress is not a serious offense.
What if they speak poorly about the Emperor?
He has to think about it. Because he's like, I don't like being talked bad about. No, talking bad about me is not grounds for execution.
Is it grounds?
Though.
Is it grounds for incarceration? Would you like to see the prisons? Most of the assassinations have now been replaced with imprisonment.
God, they're doing so well.
I know.
The prisoners are what has helped us build these dams and all of these extra.
No, they're using prison labor.
Oh
Oh no.
Okay. So far, it's like 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. We're getting there.
no! Just baby steps.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Oh my
Can we talk about prison as not necessarily punishment but rehabilitation? Are they ready for that conversation?
Can we talk about restorative justice instead of punitive?
I want to, but I actually really don't
Also-
know if they're ready
also-
for that yet. I think we have to come
Hey.
back when they're in like the 80s.
Also, I do want to say, like, I'm just gonna say, if they're using prison labor to build everything, what are the taxes for? What are they using
What do you
the
think?
tax
What do you
money
think they're
for?
using the taxes for? Who do you
The
think
new
is rich?
outfits?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Would you like to ask them what they're using the taxes for?
Yeah,
what are you using
what's
the
the
tax-
tax?
What are we using the taxes for? A variety of things. We've used the trinket tax to help fund the hold on, sorry, Victoria just had a brain fart. We have used these trinkets to help secure raw materials that we ourselves were not able to gather fast enough. We have also used the taxes to help pay workers to build things. Unfortunately, we can't arrest enough people to build everything.
Oh my god.
If we were to arrest too many people, then the assassinations would start back up, and then democracy would not happen, and the Emperor would assassinate all of us. So we are careful about not arresting too many people, but we pay our workers, we pay ourselves, we have purchased new attire for the entire empire of democracy.
Oh wow.
We also
Entire
bought
empire.
these fancy wigs. So that way people know that we are of Congress.
Okay.
Additionally, we were able to hire mercenaries to slay the Bandersnatch mismatch. The last foul remnant of Bavlorna's reign.
Wow.
Would you like to see the corpse?
Yes.
Many soldiers were slain in the battle.
Wait,
They will. Oh, what?
Is this a dragon? Did they slay a dragon?
Well, they will lead you to, I gotta get this picture up.
Oh my god.
I know we're already gathering a lot of allies, but like the
Why don't we-
Bullywug Knights kind of went hard. Do
They-
we want to
Yeah.
Do we want to Narnia this shit? By the way, do we want to?
I think we are Narnia this shit. We've already got
I
Donald.
think we're gonna. Yeah, I mean, I
and
know
the bird. We have the birds.
We're gonna take out Endolin, but like, they're probably all.
They're all gonna
really
be there.
Killed any,
No.
well, they're either all gonna be there or they're all going to go to, the Castle of Heart.
Oh yeah.
They'll all retreat to her castle.
That's,
In which case, we can get everybody.
Yeah.
If they're not all at Endolin's place. Anyway, Ego and Clover got hot gossing while Dawn is getting like, yes, sir, right away, sir.
So they take you into instead of the sinking palace, like the sinking Congress building, I guess. Like, so they take you inside, and in like the main hall here, as you enter, there are several bullywug and Herringon heads mounted on the walls that are all chatting very amicably with each other and those who are coming and going from this building. And the members of Congress will tell you, these are the heads of the fallen in our great battle against Mismatch the Bandersnatch. And then they will take you to a horrific amalgamation of taxidermy gone wrong.
Oh no.
You would see a horse-sized creature with a bulbous, misshapen, slightly rotting body of some sort of aquatic creature with spines on its back and webbed claws. The head of this creature, which is stitched onto its body, is that of an emaciated, some sort of alligator or crocodile with long, cruel, sharp teeth. And its tail has also been stitched on and is a snake. And this being appears to have been, like, stuffed and like mounted here in this place. I'm gonna put a
I'm glad we didn't fight that.
pic into Maps Handouts pics. But this is like a horse-sized creature. And Congress will tell you Mismatch patrolled the waters of Downfall, and it would seem that Bavlorna did not take her when she left. And so after you left, Mismatch began to consume any who swam in the waters of Downfall, and so we launched a great counterattack upon her. Many bullywugs were partially or fully consumed. In fact, they may still be inside of her stomach.
Oh boy.
But the day was won, and the beast was slain.
Good.
I have its belt.
You do?
Mismatch.
Oh, you do. What does that
Do
mean?
you take it
I
out?
had it the whole time. Yeah, I kind of wear it all the time, sort of.
You wear it like a sash, right?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I wear it like a sash. Mismatch?
Yes. That was her name.
This is hers? Was?
That
R.I.P.?
may I?
You may.
And this bullywug will take it and like holds it up to different parts of the taxidermied beast until eventually he goes to put it around the creature's neck, and this item is a perfect fit, and he will like clasp it, and it appears to be her collar.
Oh, yeah, okay. So it was like her pet that she made out of taxidermying a bunch of animals together.
Yes.
That's really sad.
And I've been wearing it the whole time.
Yep.
As a belt.
As a sash.
That goes kind of hard.
You want to keep it?
I like that. No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Well, now it's been on a corpse, which also goes hard in a darker and different way.
Yeah,
But my dress is really cute.
it is.
And if I'm going to be covered in viscera, I want it to be viscera that I've caused.
Okay.
Great Emperor.
Yes.
A
Hold your
question,
hand.
if I may.
You may.
Do you like the fashion choices that we've made? Or do you
Oh.
prefer what this one wears and gestures to Ego? If it pleases you, we can certainly change
Oh my god.
our dress. We needn't dress like this if it displeases the Emperor. If you must cut off our heads, please know that it was Glub Glub's idea to dress like this for democracy. And like this little bullywug in the corner is like, hi.
Oh,
think-
buddy.
I think it's fine to dress however you'd like. If you like dressing like Ego, then be my guest. Ego might get mad at you for biting his style, though.
I see. Shall we write this into law, then, that by the rules of democracy, anyone may wear anything that they wish, but that doing so may evoke the ire of Ego?
Yes.
We shall vote on it.
Because that's funny.
And like they start like they ring like a big bell in
Oh, wow.
that they have like put into this building here, and all the bullywugs and herringons gather like around Congress, and then they like fully hold a vote where they're like, we have like the Emperor has a new decree that we can wear whatever we want, but you might have somebody really mad at you for it. Do we want to do that or no? And they're all like, they look at Dawn, and then they're like, yay!
Oh my god, it's so rigged. They just said yeah because I'm here.
And
That
they
is
sign
kind
that
of
into
what
law.
you said, though. You're like, while you're here, you do whatever I say. While I'm gone, you do democracy.
That is true.
So yeah, they vote it into law by democracy that they can wear whatever they like.
Alright. I do actually have not a decree, but an initiative to put forth.
We are all ears. Bullywugs don't have ears the way that you do, but we hear you nonetheless. What is your decree, Emperor?
You would all agree that the waters around hither kind of stink, right? And like not in a good way, but like they're just bad.
You mean these waters here?
Well, all over, not just here.
We find
In
their rich
general.
aroma quite pleasant. And in fact, it's quite enjoyable that the water is so stagnant as it is. It means it's much easier for us to swim in it.
God, it's gonna be a harder sell than I thought.
Oh
Many bugs gather
no.
around
Yeah.
fetid waters such as this, and it makes our mosquito bounty quite plentiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
There are significantly more cases of malaria, but we are willing to accept this for the sake of mosquito harvests.
Not Feywild Fantasy D&D malaria, which I guess is just real malaria in D&D, but oh no! Oh.
well, you may like it, but perhaps you could assist your neighbors by helping fix the wells near them, so you can keep your murky, gross water, and they can have clean water, and also you may encourage better relations with the people around you.
And it's better for the environment.
Environmental initiatives. Oh no, too early.
So you would wish for us to repair the Owells?
maybe not the one nearest to you if you like your waters the way they are, but yes, the ones that are farther away, near where other people are.
It would make travel easier and better for trade.
Is trade part of democracy?
Yeah.
Are neighborly relations part of democracy?
Yes. Because democracy doesn't mean anything if no one can help you.
My emperor, may I be frank?
Is that your name?
Yes, but may I also be honest?
Sure.
Yeah, we support name changes.
Yeah.
Don't have to vote
Way to
on
go, Frank. Yeah.
Is this a decree of the emperor, or is this meant to be a democratic initiative that the people of Downfall vote upon?
It depends on how you feel about it, because if you don't like it, then it wasn't my idea.
I see. I understand.
You don't like
Everybody has already gathered here, so we'll just have another vote. And like everybody that was like around had started to like go back to their business, and they ring the bell again, and everybody turns back around and gathers outside of Congress. And they announce, the Emperor has asked that we work towards the purification of wells that are more distant from Downfall itself, so that we may improve trade, which we have learned is very valuable to democracy, as well as diplomatic relations with the neighbors. Diplomatic community. However, we must vote on it. All those in favor of purifying the wells. And everybody like looks around, and then they all look up at the Emperor. Yay! Everybody just says, yay! Yay! Do we have any nays? And like one bullywug down at the bottom, nay! And then they all just like grab him and like start hauling him off to the prison.
Wait, no.
Wait. And it shall be so. We shall write it into our democratic law immediately.
Oh my
And they
God.
begin like drafting a legal document for this.
You do know that the losing side of democracy votes don't need to be imprisoned, right?
Oh no.
But those are the people that would act against the Emperor's wishes. And if we are not to behead them,
Oh boy.
then the next logical option would be to imprison them.
Oh boy.
That way, the democracy that our Emperor has put into place is not threatened.
I see where you're coming from, but opposing opinions are also good for democracy. Because if everyone agrees on literally everything, then you can come to bad decisions that hurt democracy, not help it.
There have been votes, such as whether we would do slug-flavored pudding or mosquito-flavored pudding, where there was a wider split between the yays and nays, and those who were on the losing side were not imprisoned, but that was not an official decree from the Emperor. If the Emperor wishes for us to vote on something, those who vote against the Emperor's wishes should not be imprisoned?
No, they shouldn't. Unless they are literally trying to kill me, or anyone else for that matter, you don't need to imprison.
Thank you, your Emperor, for illuminating those of us who live in ignorance, and they begin bowing before you.
No problem.
But like, yeah, they take you on a tour throughout all of Downfall, and they show you like all of the different things that they have like built and done. You can see that there's actually this like big cauldron that sits like over here on these like little coals, and at first it looks like it's just like a regular cauldron that's being heated, but then all of the coals like get up and start like running around and like grabbing more tinder to put into the fire that they are themselves creating, and like the cauldron like gets up and starts like spewing out mosquito stew for all of the bullywugs, and like it is like a contributing member of society. Big Barkless, the tree that like attacked you, is now like basically like acting as a builder and helping to like put new buildings together for like the new residents of Downfall. The pixies that were living in Big Barkless's bowels do not appear to be there anymore.
They're probably in jail.
Yeah, they super are. Honestly, they kind of deserve it. But they've also like really built out their hot air balloon facility, and they told you that they were planning on like engaging in conquest of the area, and they want to know if like they can take out these balloons as part of neighborly relations, with those neighborly relations being conquering everything and everyone in Hither.
Yeah, let's not conquer everything and everyone in Hither.
Then they will use the balloons for exploration instead, and not conquer anybody.
Perfect. Maybe not yet. We'll see.
Not yet, yeah. But like where there was one balloon before, now there are 3. And yeah, like the chattering heads are all still there on the post, but like they haven't added any new ones since the last time you were here. But Agden's head is there. When you guys walk by, he is like screaming expletives at you and is like, "I could have beat you in my sleep if you didn't jump me," and is like yelling at you.
Wah 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 wah.
But yeah, they are, their sense of democracy is perhaps a bit warped, but
They're getting there.
they've killed a lot less people. And you know, like, the prisons are not over full. Definitely more people than last time, but like, it's like the Pixies and the guy that voted nay, and like a couple, like a few, maybe like a dozen people in total. The conditions in there, still not great. But yeah, like they take you on a tour of the whole place. They have turned Bavlorna's cottage into like a factory where they are like producing like textiles and goods for their hot air balloons, as well as like processing like food. The red cap that resided in there is still there and is now reluctantly serving democracy, because in exchange for her service as the cook of Congress, she is allowed to slaughter and butcher any of the animals that they want to eat.
Oh boy.
So yeah, you see, her name was Bloody Toes, I believe. So you see Bloody Toes, but yeah, like, they have evolved in their own fucked up little way.
Love that for them.
Is there anything else you would like to do while you are here?
I think he doesn't mind just hanging out for a bit, because he's like, it's still fucked up, but it's a lot better than it was, even if it is gross. But with that sort of handled, he's like, what other chores do we need to tend to while we're here?
Society can improve somewhat. Didn't we? Oh no, we promised. I was like, didn't we promise her hut to somebody? We promised it to the dragon that we killed.
Yeah.
Gosh, I don't know. Could you maybe tell them to stop keeping the heads of all the people they decapitated?
Kind of cool.
Could we
though.
like?
It's like
Okay.
metal. It's like, it's like heavy metal.
You know what? Yeah, wait. Ego would never say that. That was just ink talking. Ego thinks they're metal too. Do you want to go throw pebbles at the decapitated heads on the bridge?
Oh my god.
No. That's too far in the other direction.
Kind of want to throw pebbles at Agden. Kind of sucks.
Agden does kind of suck.
Agden does suck. I took all of his scarves.
But I don't know if Clover would approve of throwing pebbles at him.
She definitely wouldn't. I can't think of anything else to do here. I mean, part of me wants to see if we can like get these people connected with either the inn or the Watcher. The Watcher's still so lonely, but the Watcher's specifically waiting for, for I almost said for Bavlorna.
Zybilna.
For Zybilna. And I really miss my familiar.
Should we go get
I know that it was
familiar?
my choice, but I really yeah, I mean, it's been I think it's been more time without Karma than with Karma at
I
this
think you're
point.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, you can go visit the Watcher.
We could. Do you want to eat some flies? Do you? No. We probably ate at the inn. We're good here, right?
Yeah.
I'm not eating here.
I want to before we leave, speak with the Harengon and Bullywug both. Probably the Harengon actually, because it was in their book about my teacher, and
Okay.
when maybe they tried to collect the debt from my teacher because it's unpaid, and if they have any leads on where they may be.
Yeah, so 1 second. Hey, you're mean. Roll an investigation check.
Gladly. $22.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Hey! Oh my god, he's crazed. Okay. What are you doing? Oh my god. Can you... Sorry, he's like really being bad right now. Go away! What did you just do? 1 second, guys. He like dropped something on the ground.
Oh no!
What are you doing? What did you drop?
Being a demon.
Does this belong to you?
He needs it.
It's not your property.
He needs it.
Don't do that, bud.
He needs it.
Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Right. 22. That's very good. Yeah, so you can ask around amongst the Harengon to see, if any of them were like more familiar with like the tollway itself. A couple of them would tell you that like there was like a wider Harengon encampment that they were a part of that then was abandoned, so they were more like villager types. But they do eventually lead you to a Harengon that they have told you worked in the tollways. You can go speak with this individual. Her name is Eglin, and she would tell you if you were to... Why are you like... Please don't go after my dice. Please choose the path of goodness. So they would put you in contact with Eglin. It seems like she is like some sort of a tailor here now and is like stitching together fancy clothes for everybody. But yeah, you can find her easy enough, and she'll say, what can I help you with? What are you looking for?
Yes. Hi, I've been asking around after a particular individual that had been through hither at some point, and I don't really know when or where they might have gone afterwards. But I had seen them in they had a debt that was unpaid. I'm like trying to see how much I can like. Do I basically need to give full name and description, or is like try not to drop people's full name if I can help it in the Feywild, but I'll do it if I need to.
What you mean in the old Agden's tollway?
Yeah.
Yeah, there were a couple people that didn't pay.
This one would have been an elf who's really skilled with a whip.
Elf with a
and magic.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I remember her. Got the scars to prove it. And she like will lift up the back of her shirt, and you can see that there's this like long, like scored like scar along her back. That would look like a whip mark.
Damn, teacher.
Yeah. Her name was something. Was it? Razor something like that. She had some sort of a name like that. Yeah, she was kind of tall. She had kind of fancy clothes on. Kind of weird, like fae looking, but you know, not like any of the courts that I'm familiar with. So I don't really know about that. But yeah, what about her? What do you want to know?
Trying to find her.
Well,
trying to find her.
Yeah. So she beat us black and blue. I think she mentioned something about needing to go to the Palace of Heart's Desire, but I don't really know what happened after that. She seemed in a bit of a hurry.
Was this before or after the hags moved in and made everything change?
You know, that's a good question.
It is the question.
I think it was before. Well, all right. So you know, I mean, the hags were here, but it was before they took over. The hags were they were kind of. I mean, they used to work for Zybilna, and then they took over. So Bavlorna had her hut here, but it was before everything got separated. Like right before.
Okay. So like, you know, so this elf needing to go to the Palace of Heart's Desire pretty much just went straight there then.
Yeah, because she could at the time. You can't do that anymore. You can't just go to the palace anymore.
Thanks for the information.
Yeah, she was a real bitch.
You were trying to rob her.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it robbing. We were just trying to get the toll paid, you know? Gotta maintain the tollways.
I'd call it robbing. Yeah, I would.
I mean, I guess, because we would try to, you know, shake people down for it. But is it really all that different from this whole tax thing that they have going on here? I mean, they don't shake you down and beat you black and blue for it, but if you don't pay, they put you in jail.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. Between you and me, I also think these taxes are also some kind of robbery.
If you didn't have taxes, you wouldn't be able to have your community get improved for basically like no personal cost to you. Oh, I have to pay an extra penny. I have to pay an extra copper every time I buy something at the store, and then you don't pay that copper, and now you're complaining because the sewage system sucks. Grow up.
I don't really know what a sewage system is, but I mean, you know, for what it's worth, when we would take the toll money, we did use it to sometimes, occasionally, every once in a while, repair the tollways. So really, is it all that different? It's just a little bit more of a roundabout way
Well, yeah, because you beat people up and
Fancy democracy shakedown. I'm so sorry. I won't beat you with my club. Instead, I'll just put you in jail.
Thank you for the information about the elf. What do I owe you? No, you know what?
You got a trinket?
Yeah.
3?
Here. Was it really worth 3? The answer's no. Here's 1.
All right. There's a tax, though. You gotta pay the tax, too.
I don't live here. Bye.
Hey, you're the emperor, ain't you? Do something about that. He ain't paying his taxes.
Diplomatic community.
It's the tourist tax. Like,
I
it's
look
fine.
over my shoulder and I go. And then I stomp off.
Oh, came around full circle.
I don't have to pay taxes because the emperor says that I have diplomatic immunity.
Yo, for what it's worth, I wouldn't mess with her. I know you said she's your teacher, but scary one.
Well, I'm also scary, right? Right?
You don't work for Zybilna, do you? She does.
Well, Zybilna's not around right now. So
That's true. Yeah.
she is really scary. I'm gonna walk away. My teacher, she is. Look, the women in my life, they're scary.
You know, God, I feel like Ego
Role
has
models.
some kind of a Ego has some kind of a complex going on here.
It's ink, actually. Every female character I make is a terrifyingly powerful woman, and
Hell
I
yeah.
don't even refuse that trope. Every single one.
Yeah. All right, so you guys want to go visit the Watcher? Is there anything that you want to do in particular with the Watcher? You want to visit with him and or them and see Karma?
Might as well update them on our thing with the hags. You know, like we chased 2 of the hags out. We're dealing with the last one right now. And soon
We have the unicorn horn.
Yeah, we have the thing to freeze Zybilna, so
Yeah. So the Watcher speaks in rhyme, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it is 12:54 a.m. I'm not taking the time and brain power in this moment to come up with rhyming responses to that. I apologize. Forgive me. But the Watcher will basically communicate to you through rhyme that they are very happy with the progress that you've made, but they're very much longing for their mother to come back. When you get to like their pool, though, you would notice that Karma is like very happily like flying around and catching bugs. Definitely a little bit of a pudgier bat now. Additionally, I think all of you met Ufgunk, the very chill fisher bullywug. Ufgunk is there at the Watcher's pool, just like fishing, and is like,
All the characters
hey.
that are like connecting.
Ufgunk is like, it's good to see you.
Oh my god, I actually did not think that we were going to see you again.
Love and fishing brings
Love and
all
fishing.
together.
Loving and
Sometimes-
fishing.
Do you know
fishing and
anything about
loving.
salmon? They're born in one place and then they can swim very far away, but at the end of the day, love brings them back home.
Love did
Yeah.
bring me here.
Yeah.
Karma. What? Hey. Hi.
Yeah, Karma
First
will
off,
like
hi.
Karma basically like throws herself at you and gives you like little with her teeny tiny little bat tongue is like licking your face.
Karma, that tickles. Karma, that tickles. You don't even stop. But don't. Oh my gosh, I missed you so much.
She squeaks happily.
It squeezes her like a stress ball.
And she's very squishy now. She's become a pudgy little bat.
What have you been eating? Who's been feeding you?
You would get mental images in your mind of the Watcher playing like a tune using their tail on the stepping stones here, and that song basically summoning a bunch of bugs, like a certain vibrational frequency that attracts bugs basically, and then just taking Karma out from her little hanging perch inside of the cave and just setting her out to just catch a shit ton of bugs. And occasionally she'd show you images of Ufgunk will occasionally swing by with a particularly juicy beetle that he found and give it to her. And you would get images of the Watcher and Ufgunk just sitting and hanging out, and the Watcher will basically just curl up and listen to Ufgunk telling stories or just sharing life lessons and wisdom, and the Watcher uses that to fall asleep. And Ufgunk is unbothered by it and just sits there and fishes. Not there all the time, but you would get the image of Ufgunk coming every once in a while. Since you've left, Ufgunk has probably visited at least a dozen times. But yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
I'm happy that you have been doing well.
You get an image in your mind of two links on a chain that are together, and then you would see the chain break. And you would get a sense of longing and sadness.
I know. It wasn't. I don't think it was right what I did to offer you. It wasn't right at all. I just, in the moment, I felt that the Watcher needed you more. That's not true either. I do need you. But,
Karma licks your hands.
But I wasn't alone anymore. And he was. And you always made me feel better. So.
Karma squeaks in resignation tinged with understanding. And you kind of get this mental image of of yourself not smiling, because it's not really something that Karma is familiar with, but just a sense of being around your friends and having lots of magic and understanding and acceptance, and a very strong sense of a willingness and devotion to serving you. You get the sense that Karma accepts what you decree.
And I've gotten a lot more powerful, which is good for both of us. We are going to freeze Ibilna, and the second that unicorn horn touches that cauldron, I'm calling you right back.
You get a very strong sense of excitement and a sense of hundreds of little bat licks all over your face. Karma is being sending you that feeling.
Which means, I poke her in the belly, you're gonna have to lay off all the snacks because we're gonna be fighting.
You get a mental image of Karma eating you.
Okay. Well, normally I'm too short for a lot of things, but I am definitely too big for you to eat. Don't even.
Squeak! Karma is challenging you in a loving way.
Challenge accepted.
Oh, okay. Okay. You're on. After we beat all of the other bad guys. You and me? Oh yeah. We're going Bat Fang to Rapier.
You get a mental image of yourself and your friends basically like eating Bavlorna and eating some mean-looking herringons, and probably a couple mean-looking redcaps, and it's just like images of your friends like eating them and like cheering, and then a giant karma eating all of you.
Yeah.
So, and she will just like kind of nuzzle up into your hand and like flitter up and like hang from the brim of your hat while she has the time to do so. And just like is kind of like grooming herself, like. But yeah, the Watcher will also thank you for like providing companionship and you know, would also be very happy to see all of you. Also would want to ask Clover if she's seen her mother yet. And if she's been enjoying having her mother like with her again.
Yeah. I have the picture, right?
Yeah, you did find the picture in your bag, like I think it was like a really long time after the deal.
It was a really long time after,
like,
and I
really,
had to be
really long.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Watcher's happy to know that you are happy and reunited in a way with your own mother. But yeah. And then like I mean Ufgunk is just like basically like hands Dawn like a fishing pole, and it's just like, oh my gosh, there's a bug!
Oh.
Bro, what are you doing? Okay, it's flying around. But yeah, we'll offer Dawn like an opportunity to just like sit and fish, and is like Ufgunk's like, you look like you need to feel the pull of the waves, the wild waters of hither, and like hands you a fishing pole, and just starts like giving you all of these
The
weird
wild
like
waters
allegories.
of this pond. The wild waters in this pond.
Listen, the waters of hither can be a fickle mistress, but if you show her love and tender care, she'll provide you with an endless bounty of fish. And like just like sits with anybody who wants to fish with him. But yeah, anything else anybody wants to do? I think we're gonna wrap up here soon. You can head back to the tavern or the inn if you would like.
Probably a good call, so that
Yeah.
they're not out, like she doesn't wake up and we're all gone.
Yeah, that's true. Probably good to be back. So yeah, the group of you can then head back to the inn at the end of the road to see what is happening with Saoirse. She's dead. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Just so mean.
And Aurum is dead. And
Sue
one last
is
Sue dead.
Dead. The inn itself dead.
Clover.
Dead.
Clover.
Oh, sorry. Hi. I thought you were killing.
No,
I were killing
sorry.
our characters.
Sorry, I wanted your.
Yeah.
What about maybe leaving, because she has a room here. What about leaving Dove's pipe here for her?
Oh, that's a good idea.
She's bound to come back here at some point, right?
Yeah, we could ask the Watcher to keep it safe for her until she comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either here or you could leave it with Sue.
Actually, probably leaving it with Sue would be better, because then we could just keep it in her room. And she just find it in her room.
Just be here when she comes.
Yeah.
She'll definitely go to the inn, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can leave the wolf-shaped pipe with Sue, who will see to it that it is brought to Dove's room. And then you guys can go to check on Saoirse and Aurum, and that is where we will leave it for the day.
What a day.
Yeah. I know it was mostly like RP stuff, so
Hey.
maybe I'll summon the Tarask next time. This week.
Works for me.
It'll be great. You guys can fight it. Sorry.
You take it, not in a fight.
Same.
What?
Not in a fight.
Not in a fight.
Not in a fight.
Not in a fight.
Yeah. But thank you as always to my players for joining me on this weird goofy-ass Fae wild adventure. And thank you to those of you who are watching either now or in the future. We appreciate having you here, and we appreciate your viewership, and you're really cool and great. Thank you to Cardboard Castle Games and Little Dragon Court. Join our Discord. Follow us on Twitter. Subscribe on our YouTube. And we have a new... Does the new show start tomorrow?
Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Well, 7 p.m. Eastern.
God.
There is a new show, and it's
Fandelver and Below.
Yeah, the Shattered Obelisk type stuff, right?
Shattered Obelisk.
Yeah, so we have a new show starting. I think that one has Kristy in it.
It does.
As well as some familiar faces from the Storm King's Thunder / Kindred Lists group.
Yeah.
So.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's a
Friday group. Not everybody, but majority of the Friday group is back together with the brand new characters.
Yeah.
Brand new world.
So check it out, guys. Yeah. Let's see. The next time... Oh, anything else anybody wants to say before we conclude? Yibbity toilet. Yeah, Rizzler.
Kiss your loved ones on the forehead.
Yeah, kiss your loved ones on the forehead. You know what? I actually saw a character name in Final Fantasy XIV named Gat Rizzler.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Kiss your family members on the forehead, but if they're looking to destroy you, destroy them first.
Yep.
Yeah, and the next time you are setting up a medieval fantasy Tinder profile for your friend who is passed out from being like super cursed by like the most powerful queen of the Feywild, don't forget to add your proficiency bonus.
Hey.
And we'll see you here next time.
Love you, bye.
Bye.
Woo woo, love you, bye.
Bye.